What's up, bitches?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought the ad had finished. I glanced over and didn't see it, and I was like, oh shit, the ad finished. The ad didn't finish. Damn it. I thought the ad had...
Gooners?
Graham! You can't say that! Graham, you cannot say that! What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, Grim. Oh, Jesus. Alright, we're gonna wait for that ad to end before I filter over, so I'll see y'all in just a minute.
I say what I want to say. You cannot stop me. I have achieved enlightenment.
Y'all terrify me. Grim, you have not achieved enlightenment. You just have a bad mod teaching you things, putting things into your brain. That's all you have. Also, hi everyone. Hi. Hi gang. Oh my god. That's kind of a spoiler for something upcoming. Can I block that with my head? Why would he do that to me? Samuel! Oh god. Alright, well. I was about to be like, I've got plans in the works that nobody can know about, but never mind.
The mods are the best. They deserve a raise. Give them a raise or they will rebel.
A raise? I don't even pay y'all. What are you talking about? What? Grim, huh? Grim, you know I don't pay these people. Hashtag pay the mods, whatever. Also, hi Nick, thank you for the first. Hi Yigi, hi Gore, hi Lurkers. I hope you're all having a good one. I was gonna say, I got secret projects in the works that I won't be telling y'all about, but then somebody had to go do a thing.
Mods demand 5 booby photos per stream instead of our current 1 photo.
You demand what? You demand what? 5 booby photos is exorbitant. Grim, 5 booby photos is exorbitant. Can we maybe settle on 3? 2.5. Perhaps. Maybe. I feel like 5 is so many. 5 is so many booby photos. Hey Peach, how do I become a mod?
I will need to speak with the union.
Okay, let me know what the union says. Get back to me on that. How does becoming a mod work? Oh my god, y'all are feral. Y'all are so feral. Oh my god. Okay, sorry stream's late, by the way. My PC decided it wanted to blue screen on me twice and freeze on me another 3 times while I worked to get everything set up in order, so I rage quit and went to go make dinner and left Gore to figure it out. But it's fine right now. So we're just gonna roll with it and pretend like it never happened. Is what we're gonna do. And then Gore will fix it later tonight. Oh, hold on. Merlin just finished his food. So let me let that boy outside real quick. And by outside, I mean out of this fucking room that he's trapped in. The fool is gone. All right. So what we're gonna do today is we're playing some Fields of Mistria. I have not touched this game yet, but I've heard nothing but good things about it from literally everybody I know who has played it. So I do know it's an early access, so there's some parts of it that I'm not gonna be able to do, like some of the romance, or like the romance isn't like implemented into the game yet, and some other stuff. But I figured I wanted to try out something new, get ahead of it. And just kind of see how I feel about it. So that's what we're gonna do today. Let's go ahead and pause the music. There we go. But I don't know, it looks cute. We're gonna hit...
The union has decided they will accept 3 booby photos per stream. However, they also demand fresh baked cookies as well.
What? That's so much, Grim. Grim, that's so much. 3 booby photos and fresh baked cookies? Grim. That is so much. We'll think about it. I'll consider. Anyways, So this is Fields.
What is your counter offer?
What is my counter offer? Let me consider. Let me consider. I don't have a counter offer yet. Let me consider. I mean, come on. No! That's not how any of this works. Anyways, what I was gonna say prior to Grim trying to blackmail me was, I'm working on, I was gonna say a secret project, but then somebody had to go and follow me with our long-ass name that tells you exactly what my secret project was. So, yeah. I guess I can talk about it then. Alright, but we're gonna try out this new farming game because I love farming games. And also, I've been having a fucking day of it. Like, it has been a fucking day for me. I've not been having the greatest of days, so we're gonna play this fucking farming game. Ooh. Alright. Hello, sir. Modding isn't for the faint of heart. Yeah, SiriBot does pretty much all of the work. Still working, sis? Oh, Eland! I didn't realize how late it had gotten. I thought you could use a nice hot cup of coffee. Oh, that's very nice of him. Considerate? Yeah, it is a Sailor Moon art style. I really, really like that. Oh, fishing is... Hold on. There we go. Sorry, didn't realize fishing was weirdly stacked over there. Thank you! Pink-haired siblings, pink-haired siblings, pink-haired siblings! So how's the town revitalization plan coming along? It's nearly there, I think. I've cataloged the earthquake's damage, listed out the various repairs necessary, and even made plans to replenish our emergency stockpile by the end of summer. The only thing we're missing now is the help to see it through. With Mother and Father called away to the capital and people leaving after the earthquake, there certainly are fewer helping hands around. Sorry, my brain just assumed the rest of that sentence. If only we could attract new villagers to move here. Mistria is such a beautiful place. The small town charm, the rich history of the area, the rolling farmland. That's it! The old farm south of town. Why don't we send a notice to the Adventurers Guild in the capital? Surely someone out there will agree to aid the town in exchange for land with such potential.
Hi! Hello! Hi! Hi!
That's a great idea! I'll get started on it. Thank you, Eland. I wonder who will answer the call. Oh my god, okay, so the customization in this game is, you can do quite a bit. You can change eye colors. I've got droopy eyes, personally. We'll go for that. That's like the closest shade to my eyes. Daiso hired me? Yeah! Hell yeah! I love that for you. How have you been? I've been good. The family's been good. We've just kind of been hanging out. Oh, wow. Whoa! I know Ducky went for some, like... something like that. I know she did. But how have you been? I'm glad to hear about you getting hired. Hi, Dingo! Also, I don't know if y'all realize this. My hair is red. I just dye a lot. It's red and black, but it's red at the base. So we're gonna go with red hair. I've got short hair, but they don't really have... Yeah, there's some more hair types that are locked in there. Okay, Aurora Cosmical, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm so sorry. I was like trying to read your name and for some reason my brain just short-circuited. We're back. We figured it out, but Yeah, the roots of my hair is actually red. Look at that. I'm helping build the inside of a market soon. Oh, nice. You know, I've got like medium length hair, but I don't really care for any of the mediums. So we'll go for this wavy long. I like this wavy long, honestly. We'll go for wavy long. Now, should I do bright red? Yeah, we'll do bright red. All right, we got outfits. Oh, I can just wear a bra? Damn. Oh my god. Small bra. Cloth chest piece. Fascinating. Grab some overall skirt. Ooh, overall skirt's kind of cute. Sleeveless dress. Oh, that's kind of cute too, honestly. Hold on. Let's go with this, just so I can look at the pant options. Oh god. Cloth pants, shorts. Oh, polka dot underwear. Hell yeah. Briefs? I could just be bra and panties out. Bye! Thanks for coming! And then we got boots. Okay. I think we're gonna go for this sleeveless dress because I think it's really cute. And then we're gonna go for some black short boots, I think. Oh my god, I can add a cape or a backpack. I think we're good for that. Oh my god, I can be a witch, chat! Chat! I can have a bandana! Yeah, you about to catch me streaking through town for real, for real. Hijab. Oh my god. I can have aviator goggles. Get a rain hat going. I can be a cowgirl, baby! Oh my god. Chat, I can be a cowgirl, baby. Hey, Pope, how's it going? I could be a cowgirl, baby. You can be a cowgirl, but what about a cat girl? Unfortunately, that's not really an option unless I got this. This kind of looks like little ears. I'm gonna go for the bandana because it kind of looks like little ears. Add a little bit of a blush. We can also add glasses. That's so funny. I mean, I'm always a wolf girl. Alright, my name is Peach. I go by- oh! I go by she, they pronouns. That's nice. When's my birthday? I'm so glad you asked. It's winter 17. And this is gonna be called, Mutt Baby's Farm. Mutt Baby's Farm, baby. This is so cute, actually. This is so cute. What month is winter? For me, February. All right. Hi, Third Word. How are you? What's my sign? Aquarius. Oh. Hi, Baylor. Balor? Hello there. Sup? I'm doing all right. I've been having a day, but is it your birthday? No. It's not my birthday. My birthday's not till February. I've been having a day, so we're playing a nice comfy game for a little bit. Aquarius, that makes sense. I know nothing of signs other than mine. That's so valid, actually. Hold on, I'm trying to move Baby Grim. Hold on. Baby Grim. Baby Grim, there you go. Come down here a little bit, bud. Oh, good job, little man. Scorpio! Yeah, no, I'm Aquarius. So is Bunny. I only know mine and my partners. That's so fair. I didn't read that. Okay. I'm Baylor, a traveling merchant. Pleased to meet you. So these hearts next to their name, the black ones, I think means that they're romanceable? Let me guess, you're here at Lady Adeline's request? She mentioned someone had taken her up on her offer. She said she was looking for a capable adventurer. There's something about free land and a house. Yeah, that one. Peg him?! What?! Oh my god. I've seen the area. It's a lovely spot, quite close to town. I'll walk you the rest of the way if you don't mind the company. No wagons can get through since the bridge collapsed, so I've had to carry what I can on foot. Peg him! Chat. Oh my god. Great, let's go. Chat, we just met this man. Have him assume the position. Graham, not you too. Woo! We should be able to make it before it gets dark. Come on, we'll head straight to your new farmstead. Oh my god. Y'all are being ridiculous. We just met this man. Hello? Why is she pacing? Lord Eland! Oh, that's Eland, sorry. Look who I found out at the edge of the forest. Peach, I presume. Welcome, welcome. I'm Eland. It's wonderful to meet you. Peg at first sight. Where eat? Chilies. Sorry, I'm taking a drink. You're in good hands, Peach. I'm off to the inn. It's been a long day and I need a hot meal. I'll see you around. He's little. Ha! Peg Eland too? Oh my god. So what do you think? Nice, isn't it? You're right outside of town. Great soil for farming. And look at this house. 4 stout walls with a rich history. Let's go inside, shall we? I've had chili 7 times this month. You could have it 7 more. Ah. Just a minute! Bro, what the fuck's your sister doing in there? It, appears we aren't quite ready for you. But not to worry, I'm sure she'll only need a moment. Should we go in and help? No need. Oh, okay. She's breaking shit in there. You must be Peach! I'm Adeline! Thank you so much for answering my request. My brother and I are so excited to have a real adventurer here to help the town. I hope you like your new farm. It has lots of potential, don't you think? Why don't you come inside? Pegging speedrun. Every character we see, Gore's like, peg, peg, peg. Adeline can make me her property. Oh, this is nice. She did a good job. How cozy. I'm glad you think so. Would you like a quick tour of the room? Yes, please. Wonderful. This here is your diary. You can write in it when you want to record your story. That's a save, okay. And this, of course, is your new bed. Make sure you get to sleep by 2 a.m. each day to keep your stamina up. Got it? We've also put this calendar up for you. You can use it to check when Mistria holds its festivals and to check when everyone in town's birthdays are. Nice, I like that being in your house. And the storage chest here is made by Mistria's very own carpenter, Rias. You can store items here if your bag starts to get too full. And that's about it for your tour. I thought you might be hungry when you got here, so I stopped by the inn and picked up a bowl of their famous vegetable soup. Aw, that's very nice of you. Well, I'm sure you're worn out from your long day. We won't keep you up. Welcome to Mistria, Peach. We're so glad to have you. Let's meet up tomorrow so we can start discussing our plans for the town's restoration. Alright. Bye, pink-haired siblings. It was nice to meet you. The art style is very nice, and it's giving you Utina. Yeah, it's giving very Sailor Moon Utina. I love it, honestly. The art style actually is really what sold me on this game. Like, I love farming sims, but I have to agree with people who are like, not every farming sim is worth playing. But the art style definitely sold me on this game. The variety of romanceable options sold me on this game. We can't romance anybody yet. It's in a future update. The game is still in early access, so that's how you save. Nice. All right, so spring year 1, we have the spring festival, and that's pretty much it. Summer, we got Baylor's birthday, Elin's birthday. Oh, so the birthdays add on once you meet the character. That's cool. I actually really like that. All right, nice chest. Nice chest. Good, good, good. Yeah, we gotta keep a fire going in here at all times. All right. Good morning. Hi, Blondie. Ah, hello. You must be Peach. I'm Celine. It's nice to meet you. I live in the cottage north of here. Celine's cute. She's Sailor Moon as hell, though. She's Serenity as hell. I'm so excited that we'll be neighbors. In fact, I brought you a little housewarming, field warming present. Here's a hoe. You'll need it to till your fields. I love gardening myself, so I have this extra one laying around. Damn. She said, here's a hoe for a hoe. I love that. If you want to expand your field size, though, you'll need a shovel. They're available at my family's general store. Oh, I see. You're trying to sell me on your family's general store. You offer me something for free first, and then you're like, oh, but if you want more, you can buy it from my family. Like... Ooh, and here are 3 bags of tulip seeds to get you started. Our store also carries a selection of other seeds, so be sure to stop by. I hope you will consider growing lots of flowers. I love flowers, absolutely. Oh, I'm so glad. You know, Mistria has a rich horticultural history. That's a fuck-ass horse. There's a fuck-ass man on that fuck-ass horse. Chat, they've just handed me a daddy with tan lines. Chat, they've just handed me a daddy with tan lines. Chat, they've just handed me a daddy with tan lines! Oh, I am unwell. Oh, I am unwell. Chat! Chat! We're about to have some old man Yahweh up in this bitch because... Ooh! Okay. Peg him? Absolutely. The black heart means you can romance them, I'm pretty sure. I'll double check. I'll double check. Assume the possession! Morning, neighbor. The name's Hayden. I run Sweetwater Farm to the west. You don't gotta tell me your name, Peach. You're already the talk of the town. Oh, you're a farmer. You wanna help? You wanna come help plow my fields, Hayden? Fun fact, when I transitioned in high school, I went with the name Hayden at first. So this man just has one of my old names. Yeah, Mate Press about to go trending again. It's about to be how much I tweet about this man. I'm about to tweet about this man plowing my fields so hard that I'm gonna get fucking shadow banned off Twitter. Unwell. I want his necklace. Hayden! You almost galloped straight into poor Peach. Oh, he absolutely could. I wouldn't have been mad. Ah, don't mind my horse. He just likes meeting new folks as much as I do. I don't mind your horse. Yeah, it's fine. The pleasure is all mine. The pleasure is all mine, Hayden. For a second, I thought you meant male to female transition, but then I remember you have a child. Yeah, no, female to male transition. My garden needs tending. Would you help me water it? You don't want the necklace. You want him to give you his collar. God, a wedding collar would be so nice. I would love a wedding collar, actually. I think a marriage collar alongside a wedding ring would be, like, beautiful. Wedding ring for the normie, wedding collar for me. Do you think he's hung like a horse? Third word's right. Only one way to find out. I'm face down, ass up. We'll see. Smack it on my ass. A farmer after my own heart. Here, I brought you a little something. Take this watering can. You'll need it to water your crops every day if you want them to grow big and strong. I want to grow big and strong.
Bark, 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 bark.
Bark, 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 bark. And here are 3 bags of turnip seeds. Turnips are good raw, and they're even better cooked. You want to know what else I think would be really nice raw? With you, specifically. I want him to grow big and handle me strong. The whole town will surely appreciate more shipments of fresh produce. It's been a good while since I've been out here. Things sure have gotten overgrown. You need any pointers on getting started with your field, Peach? I would love some tips. I would love some tips. I would love a tip. Entering into me in the middle of the night. What's this game about? It's just a farming sim. It's like Stardew Valley. Yeah, I'm gonna Jacko pose to find out for real. I would love some tips. Alright, step 1, use your hoe on cleared field areas. Step 2, plant seeds. Step 3, water them every day until they're fully grown. Step 4, harvest. You can purchase a shovel from the general store when you're ready to expand your fields. Sell, cook, or even feed your crops to your animals. Okay. Be a greedy bitch, ask for the whole bill. Yeah, I might. Love using a hoe. I do too. This man's a hoe. I'm about to use him. Look at him. Look at that face. Now don't be shy, Peach. Come by any time if you want to chat. I'd love to introduce you to all my animals. Oh, you're an animal lover? How do you feel about dogs, baby? Ooh, I've got hoes calling. I'm sure you must be eager to meet with Adelaide. Adeline, sorry. Just head north of here and the road will take you right into town. No, don't leave. You can come with me. You can come with me, don't leave. Come back. Come back. Oh. Wow, for once in a farming sim, it's actually okay that my model's here because all of our health stuff is up here, actually. So chat's actually kind of in the way. Look at all my stuff I've got. Should I go ahead and hoe? Oh, you can unhoe. Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll just sprinkle. Ooh, look at that! I can just do it. Oh, that's so nice, actually. Oh, and do you not have to refill the water either? Whoa. Oh, my little footsteps. If I stand in the... Oh, it leaves little footprints. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Very nice. Okay. Bye, Nick! Thanks for coming by! Okay, where are we going? North is town, south is Mutt Baby's farm. Got it. So we're gonna want to go up. What does that say? Eastern Road, Carpenter's Shop, Narrows Museum Mines. Okay, so... Oh! Hey, Baylor! Peach, I'm glad I bumped into you. I'd forgotten to mention. Make sure that you put anything that you want to sell into the shipping bin next to your house. I'll pick up your shipments and leave your payment overnight. The shops in this town depend on the stock I procure for them. We're all looking forward to your business. Oh yeah, of course, Baylor. I love that. You must pick Elliot or Hayden. Hayden. Is this an original game? It is an original game, yes. How are things on the farm, Peach? Settled in yet? Remember, I'm just up the road if you need an extra pair of hands. Oh, that's very nice of you. Hold on, I'm trying to meet people. Can I go in your house? I can go in your house. What's going on in here? Oh, I can inspect. Celine's plant shelf fills the cottage with a fresh botanical scent. Oh, she's got a cute little house. She's got a cute little house. Okay, queen. But yes, this is an original game. It's in early access, so it's not quite finished yet, but they're letting people play it because it's finished enough. Hi there, Peach. I was hoping I'd run into you. Your timing is perfect. I'm sure you're eager to start helping Mistria and its citizens, so I'm here to tell you all about our town's request board. Come with me. As the name implies, villagers post their requests here every day. You'll receive rewards whenever you complete them. It's a great way to earn money, equipment, and most importantly, renown. Renown? Yes, let me explain the basics. As you know, Mistria is just one of the many towns that make up the kingdom of Aldaria. All of them receive a town rank according to their renown level. Towns with a higher town rank enjoy more popularity and more support from the capital. Mistria's renown level was improving prior to the earthquake. Since then, though, we're down 2 entire town ranks. As daughter and heiress of Mistria's Baron, improving this situation is my highest priority. With your help, we'll repair the earthquake's damage, raise Mistria's town rank, and put this village on the back on the map. Why don't you go ahead now and accept your first request? It's one I just put up, just for you. Oh, that's nice of you. Greet the townsfolk. Okay. Introduce yourself to all the townsfolk and then talk to Adeline. Your map can help you locate everyone. You got potato seeds and tesserae. Alright, I'll take it. Hi, King. How are you? How are you feeling? Perfect. That was easy, right? I'm sure you want to meet your new neighbors as much as they want to meet you. And as you get to know them better, your journal can keep track of your relationships with them and even document their favorite gifts. That's so nice. Why doesn't Stardew Valley document your villagers' favorite gifts? Like, why do I have to pull up a fucking wiki for Stardew Valley when this game just adds it in? This game said, we love Stardew Valley, but we're gonna fix all of the problems everybody's ever had with Stardew Valley. How am I? I'm doing good, honestly. I'm really excited to be playing this game, so I'm happy. And what do you like, Adeline? Well, tulips are nice, and they're in season right now. I hope you'll be growing some on your farm. You can view the map in your journal. It should give you a good idea of where people are. Isn't that helpful? And each time you meet someone, it will update. You can think of this as the first step on our path to restoring the town. Isn't this exciting? Come talk to me once you're done meeting everyone. I'm in it. I'm in it. Okay, so she's just gonna hang out here. Okay, so we got the map. Alright. Okay, so there's 2 people inside of this house, actually. So let's go inside. Oh, it's a store. Hello. Oh, so if they have a heart next to their name, it means they're romanceable. If they have this, it means that they're not. So yes. Yes, Hayden is romanceable. I win. I like her tulips. Yeah, that's fair. Why, hello there. You must be the new face in town. Nice to meet you, Peach. I'm Holt. I've been wondering who'd move into that old farm. I'm appeased to meet you too, Holt. Haha, that's a good one. Anywho, my wife Nora and I run the general store. Our girls, Celine and Dell, help out as well. Stop by if you ever need supplies. Alright, so this man and his wife run the general store. Oh. Strawberry seeds, cabbage seeds, daffodil, lemon saplings, cherry. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Look at that. Rock salt, rice. That's for all the ingredients. Items. Oh, you can buy more chests. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Where's your wife? I'm trying to meet her. Oh, y'all got a nice little house going on over here. This is very cutesy. Hello? I know. Oh my god. Why would you hand me a MILF on a plate and then make her not romanceable? Why is she already married? Why is she already married? This is crazy. Ah, you must be Peach. Welcome to Mistria. I'm Nora. I run the general store in town with my husband and our daughters. I'm also head of the Chamber of Commerce and Saturday Market. Yeah, God does hate me because Nora... Yeah, Nora, I'm about to kill your husband. I'm about to fucking shoot him in the back of the head and be like, oh no, I wonder what happened. Please come cry into my ample bosom. Please, Nora. Though unfortunately the Saturday Market has been on hiatus since the earthquake caused the bridge into town to collapse. Baylor is currently the only merchant that even attempts the trip these days, and he has to do it all on foot. I think I can help. Oh, right. Adeline did mention that you'd be helping the town in exchange for the farm. If the broken bridge were repaired, all sorts of merchants could resume bringing their wares into town on Saturdays. You'd love it. Yeah, the Saturday Market. It's like a farmer's market, I figured. I know where the farmer's market is. Nora is very cutesy. Very demure, as the kids say. MILFs are in high demand. For me, specifically. Anyways, if you need anything in the way of seeds and supplies, please stop by the store anytime. Where are your daughters? Since I can't date you, apparently. It's Holt's punning journal. You put it down quickly. A collection of Holt's hand-carved wooden figures. They're very cute. Alright, well I guess I'll meet your daughters. Because I'm sure your daughters are romanceable. Wait, nope, this looks like a child's room, actually. Cool rocks and sticks. Yeah, actually... Toy chest filled with well-loved toys. Okay, yeah, so I'm getting a feeling that your daughters are children, like small children. Never mind, I'm taking it back. Alright, well, we've met those two. Time to head to the next house over, I guess. Who the fuck was that? Is that Baylor? Oh, yeah. Hope the town's been treating you well. Yeah, it's been good. Alright, next door. Who's in here? Oh, the inn. Hello? Oh, hello! You must be the new farmer. Hello, mommy. You look like you're early 20s. You run the inn? My name is Raina. My family owns the Sleeping Dragon Inn. It's a pleasure to meet you, Peach. So what brings you to Mistria, if you don't mind me asking? Honestly, I heard there was free land up for grabs. Adeline worked really hard on this initiative. I have to admit I wasn't sure anyone would take her up on it. I'm glad you did, though. I can't wait to see what types of produce you'll grow. Well, I hope you'll stop by and try my cooking sometime. I'll be looking forward to it. Oh, okay. Okay, so supposedly there's more people. I'm trying to introduce her to my sleeping dragon. Yeah. The door's locked. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is a nice little room. Raina's recipe book. It's full of handwritten recipes. Oh, this is Raina's. Okay. Okay. Oh, Maple? I don't know who Maple is, but I guess we'll discover. Sleeping dragon design. Okay. I don't know whose room this is. Hello? This is nice. What is this? Hemlock's prized loot seems very well cared for. Hemlock. Oh, hello? Hold on. There are people here. Hello? Josephine! Hello there. Well, you must be our new farmer. Adeline mentioned you'd be arriving soon. Delighted to meet you, Peach. You can call me Josephine, though I also go by Joe. Yes, ma'am, Joe. I run the Sleeping Dragon Inn with my husband, Hemlock, and our children, Rena, Maple, and Luke. Have you met them all yet? Just Raina, who's chefing it up over here, by the way. Stop by anytime, dear. You're always welcome, whether you need a meal or just want to chat. It'd be my pleasure to serve up either. You're very sweet. Hello? You're Hemlock? Alexander Hamilton? From the hit musical Hamilton? Now who do we have here? Are you the new farmer everybody's been talking about? Great to meet you, Peach. I'm Hemlock. If you ever need a good meal, cold drink, or some good company, be sure to stop by the Sleeping Dragon Inn. There's always a cauldron of hearty soup kept hot for anyone who wants a bowl. Banger him. Hi, Celine. Oh, your mom is the one I was trying to fuck at the general store. Oh, I see. I may have fucked up a little bit. I was trying to fuck your mom. I'm sorry. I know we just met and all, but I definitely was trying to fuck your mom. Okay, supposedly there's some people. Oh, hey, kiddos. This is Maple. Okay, so she's little. Hi, are you the new farmer? My name's Maple. Where did you live before you came here? Have you ever been to the capital? That's where the royal family lives, you know? You can ask me anything. I know all about them. Alright, fuck it up, Maple. This is Dell. Okay, so Dell, I was trying to fuck your mom. Hello, are you the one moving into the old farm? I'm Dell. That place is haunted, you know. Haunted with monsters. I swear I saw one hiding behind a tree. Let me know if you have any trouble and I can take care of them for you. Alright, and Luke. Hello, do you like bugs? Yes. Excellent. My name's Luke. I'm so excited to have a fellow insect enthusiast in town. Finally. Wait until I tell my sisters. Oh, this is very cute. Alright, the kids hanging out in the playground. Very nice. I guess we'll head up. Yeah, we'll head up. So why didn't you? Because of the fact that their mom is married. Alright, I can't get in there. It's locked. That's just Steve Urkel. Yeah, he kind of was. Alright, hello, nurse. God, I'm drooling. Man? Woman? I can't tell. Is this a man or a woman? Who are you? Okay, hello, you must be the new farmer. Peach, isn't it? Me? I'm the town's doctor. I run our clinic. No need for formalities, though. You can just call me Valen. Nice to meet you, Valen. Spoilers. Cool, what? I think Peach is having a bisexual short circuit. I am. I hope you're getting settled in all right. Running a farm is hard work. Be sure that you get plenty of sleep and eat well to keep your energy up. Yes, sir? Yes, ma'am? What are you? Hold on. Hold on. Town's doctor, single. Is this a man? Is this a woman? I can't... I don't know, chat. Magic spells! Maybe trans? Maybe. I don't... Do you want to know? I'll find out. Does it matter? No. I'll find out my own way. Oh, what's up? What's cracking, Eland? Hello, Peach! Out exploring the town? Mistria has a number of historical sites you may come across on your travels. This area is a hotspot for archaeology, you know. If you notice any raised areas in the ground, try using a shovel or a pickaxe on them. You never know what you might excavate. I mean, that's very valid. Thank you, Eland. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be in there either way. Dozy. Woof. His collar says Dozy. Nice to meet you, Dozy. Dozy wags his tail. You Dozy's mom? Ah! Okay. Sorry, I just had to get that out of me. So you're the newcomer. Is that right? Well, Peach, you can call me Juniper. I recently opened the one and only bathhouse in the backwater village. What's a lady like you doing in a place like this? Well, like you, I have my own reasons for being here. Anyways, please stop in often. By the look of it, you could certainly use it. Damn, okay. I mean, did she just call me dirty? Did Juniper just call me fucking dirty? Juniper, what the fuck? I mean, I know I'm a musky husky, but goddamn, Junie. I mean, you are a farmer. Yeah. Dirty girl. She looks like a Sailor Moon villainess. She does. Oh my god, she has the laugh. Oh my god, I love that they pixelated it. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. She does the laugh. She does the oh. Her bedroom's nice. I'm sleeping in your bed, bitch. Gore's found his wife. She's the one! It must be her! Your pockets look a little light, Peach. Why don't you come back when you have 100 tesserae? I mean, I guess that's fair. I appreciate you just calling me out on it, like, upright. Just being like, no, you're too broke to be here. Like, alright, cool, thanks. Gore's fallen in love, chat. Hello? Who are you? Ulrich, okay. Whoa, are you the new farmer everyone's been talking about? The one who's come to help out the town? That's super cool. Nice to meet you, Peach. The name's Ulrich. My brother and I live at the blacksmith's. I hope we can be friends. Is this your brother? Oh no. Oh no, chat. It's Kiyosoma living again. It's Kiyosoma in the flesh lives again. His voice is so much deeper than I was expecting it to be. The fuck? The name's March. What do you want? Charming. You must be this farmer folks are talking about. Regardless of what Adeline says, we don't need any outsider to come in and solve our problems for us. Y'all, this is literally Kiyosoma. Kiyo lives again through this man. Kiyo lives again through this man. Oh my god. We have everything under control. Just don't get in the way. Alright, March. Alright, March. March kind of does look like a butch lesbian, but I'm into it, so... What's Kiyosoma from? Fruits Baskets. Alright, we gotta go down. There's somebody we're missing down near the base. I thought so. Yeah, Kyo is my first ever anime crush, manga crush actually, because I read the manga. I didn't watch the anime until I was a little older. Alright, we're going down. Hello? She's not romanceable, but I wish she was. Ahoy there, I'm Terithia, and who might you be? Oh, that's right. Adeline mentioned her plan a while back. I didn't realize someone had taken her up on it. I run a little tackle shop out by the beach. I sell fishing rods and small selection of freshly caught fish. Feel free to stop by. Okay. Oh, okay, so somebody lives over there. 2 people live over here. Well, since we're already going this way, let's hit up the eastern road. And go say hi. Yeah, that was a gilf, for real, for real. We'll go say hi to the people who live here. At least I think. This is like Legend of Zelda. Oh, that way. Okay. Wrong way, chat. Alright, we gotta go this way. The music's really nice, too. It's very peaceful. What does that say? Carpenter's shop. Alright. Oh, hello? Oh, hi, Landon. Hey there, my name's Landon. You must be the one Lady Adeline was telling us about. My nephew, Rias, is around your age. He's taken the lead at the carpenter's shop since I retired. We sell everything from crafting stations and furniture recipes to farm buildings and home upgrades. Stop by anytime. Okay. Oh, nice. You must be Ryan. Rias. Hey, Rias. Hey, you must be Peach, right? Nice to meet you. Welcome to Mistria. I'm Rias. I run the carpenter shop with my uncle, Landon. If you have any interest in crafting, let me know. I'd be more than happy to give you some tips. What kind of crafting? Well, woodworking is my specialty. I'm sure you'll want to make things like fences and furniture for your farm, right? Feel free to use the crafting station near the town square. If you stop by the carpenter's shop, you can also purchase some crafting recipes if you like. Anyways, good luck getting settled in. Let me know if you need anything. That's very nice of you. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. Rustic cabin, lovely cottage. Oh, crafting station, level 1 kitchen. Coops, barns. Oh, fascinating. Alright, yeah, so everybody in this game's just hot, is what I'm learning. There's somebody down there now? Okay, we'll head back. Yeah, so the people move around in this town quite a bit. Out of what I can tell. Hello? Why are there gilfs? Oh my, now who do we have here? Peach? That's a nice name. My name is Elsie. I live at the manor house with my niece and nephew, Adeline and Ayland. Their parents, the Baron and Baroness, spend most of their time at the capital, especially these days. Hi, Morrison! I once did too. What grand times. But spending time in Mistria, you really start to appreciate country living. Well, be sure to stop by for a chat anytime, dear. I can share the latest gossip and even romantic advice if you need it. Alright. Thank you. God damn. There are so many fucking gilfs in this game. What is happening? This is crazy. Can the gilfs be lesbians? Can they kiss? It would make me happy if they would. Alright. Alright, we gotta go up and around. Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see. The fuck? Ancient stone griffin. Seem to be a common feature. Why is shaking trees something I can do? Alright, is there anyone over here? Oh, there was. What the fuck is that? Alright. I'm looking for, I think there's still one more person I haven't met yet. Maybe I've met everyone. Oh no, they're all the way over there now. Okay. You want a slush or a drink? I mean, yeah, I'll take one. Ooh, woo, shake me harder. I'll kill you is what I'll do. Oh, it's 8 p.m. Oh, it's a bee. My bad. Sorry. I thought that was something humping the ground. I got a little nervous. Oh, they went inside. I just missed them. Okay. What the fuck? There's someone in here I missed. Sharing is caring. Ship it up to Montreal. Ah, you're the one I missed. Errol! Hello, are you the new farmer everyone's been talking about? I hear you'll be helping raise Mistria's renown. How splendid. It seems we share a common goal. You can call me Errol. I'm the curator of Mistria's brand new museum. I hope you'll consider donating some items. It's a great way to earn renown. You'll even receive rewards for each collection you complete. Let's support each other's efforts for Mistria, eh? I'll be rooting for you. Alright, sorry to interrupt you during dinner. I'm done. I've met everyone. You finished meeting everyone in town? That's wonderful. Congratulations on completing your first request. Here's your reward. Thank you, Queen. Family portrait. Alright, well, I'm not gonna bother y'all over dinner anymore. And thank you for having me. Let's see. Another gilf? Yeah, there's a lot of really attractive people in this game. Everybody's at the inn. The inn's the go-to hangout spot, I see. The sound of my fucking little heels on the cobblestone is real nice. Alright, no requests available currently. Let's go to bed then, and we will see what happens come morning time. I'm gonna have to learn this whole map layout. I say that like it's gonna be hard. I don't think it will be, but I am gonna have to adjust. Ooh, fiber. Used in crafting materials. Alright. Oh, I do need to get my own water. Okay. I like swinging my little sword. It's kind of fun. Why is everyone in this village hot? I don't know, but like, they're like, I don't think anybody's gonna want to come to the village. Why not? Do the other villages have hotter people somehow? Because I don't think that's physically possible. If you want me to be honest with you. I don't think it's possible for the other villages to have anybody hotter than who's currently in this village. Alright, we got some renown. We'll take it. Oof, I'm out of the wood rank, baby. It's Tuesday! This really is Bachelor Village. I think there's like, what, 3 married couples? And then one single guy. The fuck's happening? And then like one single guy whose brother's kind of a dickhead. What are we doing, Eland? Ah, good morning, Peach. When I was here the other day, I noticed something suspicious about this tree. I believe it's covering old stonework. As head of the Historical Society, I thought I'd investigate, but this old bark is proving to be surprisingly tough. Historical Society? Haha, that is to say, Errol, Taratha, and Ulrich, when he can remember. I'd be delighted if you joined us. Whew, I think I need a moment. Let me have the axe, I'll take care of it. Haha, in that case, you're welcome to it. Thanks, bud. Damn! Incredible. This is a statue of Calderus, the mythological garden of Mistria. Our ancient ancestors used to worship statues like this one. What an incredible find. Shame about the head, but with a little help from the newest member of the Historical Society, I think we can see him as good as new. If you would, Peach. Nice. Alright, we glued his head back on. Beautiful. There we are. Don't you just love that sense of achievement? I believe that reconnecting with Mistria's past is the key to our future. This has been a most productive morning. Thank you for all your help. Please keep the axe, and do let me know if you stumble across any intriguing archaeological finds yourself. What, no head? Alright, chat, I have to tell you something. This dragon, you see how it almost seems alive. It is alive. And I don't know how to tell y'all this, but it is a dateable option, the dragon. Like, I really don't know how else to tell y'all this, but the dragon is a dateable option. Don't look at me like that! I can't help the fact that the dragon's dateable. I didn't do it. You're looking at me like I did it. I didn't make the dragon dateable. Visit the museum. Alright, we gotta go to the museum, and we gotta go, grab another quest. So. Insert bad dragon joke. Careful who you talk about, because the bad dragon guy will show up. Good morning, everyone! It's a beautiful morning. Do a bro a favor. Talk to Orlick, alright? Bring some wild berries to Eland. Get the berries and cream recipe. Okay. Yippee! Noise. Alright. Berries and cream! Yep. Alright, so I need to go to the museum? Where the fuck is that? In the Narrows? The museum is west of town. Okay. North, south. East, oh, the Narrows. There it is. Okay. I can just take the road straight across. Sounds good. I'm a little lad that likes berries and cream. Oh, Oh man, she's fucking it up. I'm not gonna bother her. She's having a grand day of it. Alright, I'm trying to learn the layout of this town. I don't know it very well yet, so... This seems to be the museum. Hell yeah. Peach! Welcome! Welcome! I assume this is about my letter. It is. Excellent. In my talks with Lord Eland and Lady Adeline, they entreated me to concern myself with objects from antiquity, as well as to use the museum to showcase the many unique specimens of Mistria. To wit, if you could bring me not only your archaeological finds, but also the plants, insects, and fish of the region, I believe together we can create a museum that's one of a kind. You want my crops? Indeed! I will display the items that you donate so the visitors from far and wide can appreciate what Mistria has to offer. And do not think we would be ungrateful. There is a generous reimbursement policy set up by the Historical Society, renown, and all kinds of rewards. Would you like to view the museum tutorial? Yes. Open the museum menu by interacting with the museum ledger. Put the items you want to donate into the donation box and hit donate. You will see which sets your items went into and how close those sets are to completion. You can check the museum wings of the ledger to see the completion statuses and reward hints. You can also check items tooltips to see if an item belongs to a set and if you have already donated it or not. What do you say? Can we count on you? Get ready for an alarming variety of creepy crawlies. As an official surveyor, let me give you a small stipend to welcome you. Okay, I'll take it. This is like Animal Crossing. Alright, bro kicked me out, that's fine. Okay, so let's go back to our quest. Do bro a favor, talk to Ulrich. And then find wild berries for Eland. Ulrich? Who was Ulrich again? Okay, that's something. I don't know what that is, but that's fine. We'll meet that later. Ulrich. Ulrich! Okay, so we gotta go back to talk to Ulrich. Okay. How do I collect flowers? Do I chop them? Ah, berries. Nice. So as we see berries, we'll grab those for Ulrich. Oh. Daffodil? Chickpeas. Okay. Can I go ahead and just donate these? Because I mean, I have them, right? I don't see why I wouldn't. Donate that. Alright. Cool. Yo. Okay, we're gonna go down, actually. Whose house is this? Errol's. Okay, Errol sleeps here, I guess. Ooh. Middle Mist. That's a cute name. Is that an actual flower? I'm unsure. How many berries did he need? 6? 5. Okay. Well, we have to go talk to... Well, he's not over there. That might be him up there. Okay, so we'll go talk to him up there. Ah, berries. Nice. Up we get. Good morning, Ryas. You'll get used to the friendliness. I'm sure I will. Hey, March. Oh, it's you. If you need help with your new garden, go bother someone else. I'm busy. Damn, okay. So, bitch does not like me. Good morning. Thanks for taking my request, Beach. Now, where did I put that pickaxe? We'll find it together, bud. Hey, if I suck your dick, will it make your brother mad? Ah, here we are. Wow, you are incredibly ripped. Aw, thanks for noticing. I used to be a miner before the earthquake hit and we had to shut down the mines. I just help out around here. My brother's the blacksmith in town. You used to be a miner? I mean, I think we all did at some point. You're not anymore though, right? If you want to know more about the mines, you should talk to Errol. He used to be the mine's foreman, but now he's our museum curator. I respect him a lot. He's way chiseled. Oh, you're a dude, bro. Oh, that's right. I wanted you to have my old pickaxe. Breaking rocks is a great way of getting toned. It's a little old, but it should be strong enough to break small rocks. If you want a stronger pickaxe, you'll have to forge it, or buy one from us here. I'm glad you'll be putting this one to good use. These days I help out my little bro March around our family forge. He's a great blacksmith, but he's a little, well, not like great with other people. Ulrich, are you out here? I need... Huh? What are you doing here? Hi, March. Hi, March! Huh. Well, enjoy your chit-chat with my brother, but try not to waste too much of his time. Ulrich, come to my room when you're done. I need you to look over a blueprint. I love him. I love when men are mean to me. Damn it, you stole my joke! Sorry, he doesn't mean it. So, as for my favor, if you could, like, give March a chance, that'd be way cool of you. He doesn't have a lot of friends. I'll talk to you later, Peach. Bye, Ulrich. You're great. Your brother is certainly something. Oh, fuck. I don't have enough space. Eat. Slurp it. Alright. Hey, Granny. Have you met my darling Eland and Adeline? I'm their great aunt. Well, not by blood. Some of us are simply born aunties, you see? Aww. Some of us are born aunties, and I love people who are. Alright, where the fuck is Eland? Okay, he's up here. He's at home. Eland! Eland! Ah, you're not in the kitchen. Eland! Eland! Nope, not in here. Where the fuck did Eland go? Eland! Hi, Bonbon, how are you? Where the fuck is he? He is in here. Okay, he's probably off to the side then. There he is. Hey, bud. Oh, the wild berries I asked for. Thank you. Here's my recipe for berries and cream. I hope you like it as much as I do. Alright, we gotta, This edible? I guess we'll eat it. Might as well. Alright. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. Sorry, Gore was bringing me a drink, and he was telling me what drink it was. Popular and subtly sweet combination of fresh fruit and cream. Okay. Alright. We got the berries and cream recipe. That's all the quests that we had to do for today. So I think I'm gonna run back to the museum. I don't know if I can get there from here. What the fuck? Oh, an ancient statue, eh? Can I squeeze through? Oh, I can't. Okay. I see how it is. But I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? We're trying out a new game today, just to kind of see how we like it. Which, so far, I'm enjoying it quite a bit, so... no complaints. I love that every time I say berries and cream, somebody in chat hits berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad that likes berries and cream. I can't donate this? Alright, well. We'll hold on to it for now then. Let's just kind of explore. We got a whole day at our hands. So we can kind of just run around and explore a little bit, get to know the area. Harvest some flowers, you know. Nice. Oh. The dandelion. Ooh, that's new. That can go in the museum. Oh. What is this? Hold on. There's new stuff everywhere. I think I'm on Hayden's side of the farm, but it's fine. He'll understand. Oh, yep, this is my side of the farm. We're gonna have to clean this up. Okay. We'll drop that in there too, because we don't think we need it all the time. There we go. You get berries and cream, I'll say the meme again. I mean, I didn't doubt that you would. I think everybody would. Alright, there we go. We are all just little lads, I guess. We need to save up some money. I need to get a bug net so I can catch these little bug fuckers I'm seeing running around. Okay, I want to see what these are. Is that lavender? Lilac. Oh. A mysterious looking chicken statue. There are shiny beads glinting from the bottom of its container. Okay. Imagine this is Hayden's farm? It's a seesaw for chickens. What? There's a chicken seesaw? Oh, hello. Henrietta. This chicken clucks at you with a regal air. You're sure this must be Henrietta, Hayden's prize-winning chicken. It's a pleasure to meet you, Henrietta. Henrietta pecks the ground indifferently to your blatant attempt to get on her good side. Damn! Alright, Henrietta. I also want a chicken seesaw. He loves his chickens, man. I can't even say I blame him. Chickens are kind of great. I love chickens. Chooks. I love myself a chook. Every time I say that, fucking... Every time I say I love chooks, a fucking Yiggy loses her mind. I was saying that every time I say I love chooks, you lose your shit. It's not a slur! It's just a word for chicken! Alright. It sounds like it is! Oh my god, it's because it's Australian! I can't help the Australians. It's not my fault every word the Australians comes up with sounds like that. We can make nugs out of Henrietta. She's not my chicken. Oh my god. Man, look at all this farmland we got going for us. This is quite nice. Oh, this is real nice. Steal the chicken and cook her, but I want to fuck her dad. I can't fuck her dad if I kill her. Though I feel like he's gonna be the type of guy that loves the chicken more than me, and I'm gonna take that personally. So, he might not be the best match for me. And Juniper's hot, but she called me stinky. Which I don't appreciate. Oh, I'm out of energy. Oh, you don't, like, pass out when you run out of energy? That's nice. What's the dad look like? Hit this. He looks like this. Okay, I need to go to bed. To bed! Okay, we're gonna hang out here until the ad's done. Because I think chat's gonna want to see this. Cause chat, you see that heart next to Caldarius's name? You see that heart? That means something special, chat. Dragon Daddy? He might be. Does the rumor is true? Bruno Mars is gay. There goes my hero. Watch him as he falls. There goes my hero. He's a dragon, he's got balls. There goes my hero. Licking dragon balls. There goes my hero. I'm living in his balls. Alright, the ad breaks over. Hey guys. Hi, welcome back from the ad. Welcome back from the ad, everybody. This is Caldarius. He's the dragon that lives on my, he's a dragon statue that lives on my farm. You see that heart next to his name? You know what that means? That means I can date this dragon statue. The dragon statue is dateable. Oh my god. Well met, mortal. You're the guardian dragon. I'm Caldarius, the guardian of Mistria. Thank you for repairing my shrine. I have been asleep since... Well, I can't seem to remember exactly. Even now, my mind is shrouded in fog. Does he have a rock cock? Probably. Magical essence has begun to flow again in Mistria, and of that, I am certain. I ask you to extend your assistance once more, mortal. I need you to collect this essence and offer it at my shrine so that I may regain my strength. I hereby bestow upon you the ability to sense and collect essence. You should find it naturally when going about your daily tasks. Would you like to view the skill perk tutorial? Yes, God. Gather essence from activities such as farming, fishing, mining, and more. Interact with Caldarius to view the skill perks menu. Select a perk to see its description. Purchase a skill perk with the essence to unlock it. I grow tired. Let us speak again tomorrow at my shrine. I'm honored. You can count on me, sir. Sleep now, mortal. We will speak again soon. I didn't sell any items, but I did complete 3 quests and donate some stuff to the museum. Hey! Hell yeah. Is that a hood? Hey! Oh, we're almost there. Happy Wednesday! Hello? Happy Wednesday! Alright, we're gonna put that there. I need to buy a bigger bag. I got some mail, but we'll get to that. Time to water the crops first. Must water the crops of my loins first. Alright. It's Wednesday, my dudes! Let's repair the bridge! Peach, I'm sure you noticed the state of the bridge in town when you arrived. I'd like to introduce you to a group of us. They're spearheading a repair plan. Could you meet with us at the bridge east of town? I mean, yeah. I gotta go pick up some stuff anyways. Bye, Cal! See you later! Look, Cal may not be my husband yet, But I'm still going to tell him goodbye every time. Alright. I got some stuff to pick up. Hold on. I got the adventurer's hood. And some money. I'll bet he has a human form. Oh, you think so? Bring some wild berries to Errol. Okay, I'll go hunt for berries. Alright, I need to go east? I think is what it said. Where's the bridge? Oh my god. Give me my bandana back. What the fuck? Okay. East. Eastern Road. Okay. Yeah, so I need to go to the Eastern Road. Oh, I think it's that bridge. Okay, so I'll go up to here and then go across. Oh, I went down. I didn't go up high enough. Yeah, he probably does have a human form, but I mean, I'm not necessarily against that. It wouldn't be ideal. I'd like to just stick with the dragon, but you know, I'll take what I can get. I need to go see Errol anyways. So... Oh, there's cherries up there. Oh. Did you get my joke? You gotta make milk? I don't know. I don't think I did. Hey Peach, we're getting started! Adeline, you know I'm up for it, but this is a big project. You can rely on me to keep Mistria supplied with the basics until the construction is done, but I can't work miracles. Without the bridge, I can't get my wagon in and out of town, and there's only so much I can carry on my back. I've allocated all of the resources I can for this, but the earthquake relief from the capital hasn't been as robust as what we had hoped for. I've talked it over with the other merchants in town. We're happy to contribute funds. You've got our backing. That's wonderful to hear, Nora. However, with the whole kingdom in dire need of repair materials, we can't afford the inflated prices on stone and wood that we'll need. Sounds like it's my time to shine, baby! Wonderful, Peach. I knew you were the right person for the job. Gathering materials locally would definitely speed things up. That farmland of yours is loaded with high-quality stone and timber, Peach. If you're willing to do the gathering, we can compensate for the materials. By my calculations, 60 stone and 60 wood should be enough. Sounds right to me. I'm sure you'll come through. And with a repaired bridge, we'll be able to get to the Saturday market up and running again. I'll set up a donation box here at the bridge for you to deposit any gathered materials. Come talk to me when you're finished, and we'll begin the repairs. We're counting on you. Alright, 60-60. Can do. Because you're a MILF? So true. Yeah, that's really not that much. Ooh, tulips. Yeah, that's not that much at all, actually. So, yeah, I'll do that for y'all, whatever. Why are Adeline, Nora, and Rhea so fine? I don't know, man. Everybody in this game's just like that. And there are so many people in this game that are just fine as fuck. Honestly, I'm gonna have to filter through the romanceable options in a second to decide which one I wanna put my all into, because you can't romance yet in the game, but you'll be able to romance here soon, I believe. That update should be coming out here soon. So I wanna get ahead of it and decide who I wanna romance now before before that update comes out, so I can be ready for it once it drops. Nora is a mommy for sure. Okay, quite literally she is. You actually, 2 of her kids are dating options, I believe, if I recall correctly. I need to get a bigger fucking bag is what I need to do. I want to gather these too. Romance Nora, she is not a romanceable option, simply because she's already married. I needed 9, right? Oh, I needed 5. I went way overboard. Okay, that's fine. Wait a fucking minute. There you are. Alright, thank you. I'll go over the dating options in a minute, actually, because I need to process them. Alright, we're gonna drop some stuff off real quick, and then we'll head back to the farm and get it going. Oh, hi, Errol. Okay, so we're gonna donate all of those. Adeline is big boobies. I am actually not attracted to Adeline at all. Weird statement from me, I know, but she's not really my type. Okay. Are we back in town? I think we are. Yeah, we are. Okay. Alright, time to go back down to the farm. Can't eat these. I'm not really sure what they're for. I guess I could use them as gifts. Alright, we're gonna grab these just so I know how much I have, and then we're just gonna work on that. Okay, so dateable options. Let's see. So Adeline's dateable. She's pretty, not really my type, however, so gonna be a no on that. Baylor, also dateable, pretty, kind of given a house moving castle kind of situation. He is an option, but I don't really know how I feel about a man that comes and goes all the time. Celine, single, option, dateable option. Not really my favorite aesthetic, however. I'm not really into girls that look like this. Dell is a child. Dozy is a dog. Eland is a dateable option. I do really like Eland. He's very, very pretty. However, royalty, not 100% sure how I feel about dating a royal. It's gonna put me in too much shit. You know what I mean? Elsie's not a dateable option. Errol's not a dateable option. Hayden is a dateable option. He is daddy material. Like, daddy material. However, I feel like he's gonna prioritize his chicken over me, and I don't know how I feel about being bullied by a chicken in my own house. Hemlock's not dateable. Henrietta is that goddamn prize-winning chicken that I think is about to be prioritized over me. Holt isn't dateable. Josephine is not dateable. Juniper is dateable, however, she straight up called me stinky, and I don't know how I feel about that. My feelings are a little hurt that she thought I was stinky. So I don't know about that. Landon's not dateable. Luke's a child. Maple's a child. March is dateable. He doesn't seem like he likes anyone, but a part of me thinks that if I can get him to like me, he'll be ride or die for me, and I kind of like that. I kind of love the idea of a mean dude that's obsessed with me. So I think getting him to like me is going to fucking press my buttons in all the worst ways, but I think once he does like me, I think he's gonna be like in love with me, obsessed with me, and I kind of love that. So we'll come back to him. Nora's not dateable. Ulrich isn't dateable, which is interesting. I don't know why he's not dateable. As far as I'm aware, he doesn't have a partner, but I guess maybe if we just up his hearts, we'll find out. It'll be like a story thing. Peach is into toxic men. Yeah. All jokes aside, I think you're really great, sweet, and funny. I think you're an amazing VTuber, an amazing mother, and an amazing friend to everyone in chat, including me. Don't stop being you. You're doing incredible so far. Aw, thank you. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you. Raina's single. Honestly, I don't see a reason not to date Raina. She cooks. She's sweet. She's friendly. She's pretty. I like her. Same with Ryas. He's sweet. He's nice. He's pretty. I like him. So he's on the list too. Not single. I don't know the gender of this character, but yeah, they're on the list. They're on the list. Ooh. Okay. And then there's the dragon. Of course. The dragon is also an option. However, I don't even know, like, how that works, so we're kind of holding on. So Valen it is. Like, let me get to know these characters more. And I'll get back to you on that. Because right now I barely know them. If I was just going off of, impressions, then Valen probably would win. However, I don't know these people. So let me get to know these people, and then we'll fully decide from there. So Valen it is, because you're acting like a schoolgirl for Valen. Look, they are so pretty. They are so pretty. I wasn't trying to hit that. Grass seed? Oh, fascinating. Gotta peg them all! The best way to get to know someone? Pegging. True. Pegging is in the handbook. That is very true. Alright, we need 60 of all of this. I think I could do that before the day's out. I got some shit to eat. No berries and cream, but I definitely got some shit to eat. No, I am into girls. I am into girls. I am into girls. I'm just very picky about what type of girl I'm into. Hey Peach, I feel like I don't know you well enough! I feel like to get to know each other better, there's something that we can do with strap-on. Perhaps, maybe. Just maybe. Yeah, no, I am into girls. I'm just picky about my girls. I say that. I'm really not picky about my girls. I like girls in general. Girls' sleepovers are so inviting. It's so true. Did someone say girls? Hi, Ducky! Ah, greetings, mortal. The time has come for you to begin collecting essence. I already did, buddy. Essence will appear in the form of small purple orbs as you go about your day. Try activities. You'll be sure to find some. Use the shrine when you want to offer up your essence. Yeah. I know this. I grow tired. Let us speak again tomorrow. I got some essence for you, bud. Let's up farming. Prepared picker. Oh. That's kind of cool. Okay. Watering a crop will sometimes refund the stamina used. Fishing, archaeology, cooking, wood crafting, ranching. Oh. We'll go for that one then. Because you're a dog that has dog breath? Hey! I don't control the dog breath. It controls me, you know? Yeah, shit. I'm out of stamina. Let's date Daddy Dragon. I mean, he is an option. He is indeed an option for dating. Berries, please. Thank you. Welcome back, Nick. It's going good. Yeah, Ducky, who are you going for in this game? I don't know who I'm going for. Oh, damn it. It's so hard to pick. There are so many good characters, Ducky. I don't know what this game wants from me. There are too many good characters to just expect me to pick one. Oh, it's using crafting recipes. Okay. I like girls with big tits. No, that's very fair. I also like girls with big tits, but like, I like Hayden, I like Valen, I like Hayden, I like Valen, and I like March a lot. So... Have you ever played Fate Stay Night? I have not, no. Alright. This game is like the opposite of Stardew Valley for me in terms of romance options, because I fucking hate all of the romance options of that game except for the modded ones. I know you do. I know you do. You like a lot in this one, though? Ooh, blueberries. My type is curvy, thick, big titty Latinas. I am also Latina. Okay, I'm gonna be so real with you. That is also my type. Or goth white women. Or goth Latinas. I need to get more seeds. I haven't really been focusing on farming very much. I've been kind of just focusing on completing quests. I'm a tit girl. Yeah, I am. I'm a big old titty lover. Yeah, the Brazilian Miku has been so good for me. Oh, it's almost embarrassing how good for me Brazilian Miku has been. I love Brazilian Miku. I'll grab that for tomorrow. Guess what? What am I guessing? Pink-haired twink is... Oh, the brother? Yeah. He's pretty. He is really pretty. He's on my list, too. He's on my list, too. I like him a lot. I don't know how I feel about the idea of dating a Baron's son. Oh, today's Rias's birthday. Rias. What the fuck would Rias like? I think everyone's on your list except for maybe like 2 characters. Shut up, Core. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna look and see what Rias likes real quick. I am gonna pull up his wiki because it's easy for me to do. Rias, Fields of Mistria. Gift guide. What is he like? Where is he? It's his birthday. I gotta give him something nice. Where is he? Where is he? Okay. Oh god, I didn't read that. What does it say at the top? Loved gifts, like gifts. Okay, so only the first 2. Banned gifts? That's crazy. Where is he? There he is. Okay. He likes horsehair, hardwood, lobster roll, veggie sub sandwich, basic wood, beer, bread, thistle. He likes basic wood and lilacs. I have a lilac. That's what that is, right? Yeah, I have a lilac. Okay. I'll give him a lilac. Because giving him basic wood just feels weird. I'm gonna give this man wood for his birthday, even though we just met. I'm a goth Latina. Alright, I'll give it to him in a second. Hi, Gore. Thank you for the barks. We gotta get more wood. Hell, even non-romanceable characters are on your list. Look, some of these gilfs hit a little different, is all I gotta say. Take him out and back. Look, happy birthday. Would you like some wood, Rias? Is it Rias? Is it Rias? I'm not really sure. Either way, you want some wood, baby? Alright. Collecting as much wood as possible. Oh, okay. Why is shaking the trees an option? Oh, pine cones. Fascinating. That's why shaking the trees are an option. Alright, well, I'll stop complaining. Play Crush Crush? I've played Crush Crush before. It's actually not a game you're allowed to play on stream, though. You're not allowed to play any of that company's games on stream for good reason. Yeah, you know, some mornings you just gotta get out there, get that morning wood. Do we just schedule the Kingdom Swingers Club? Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be the best option for all of us. Alright, we're at Stam. Alright, let's go find Rias. Oh, actually, let's go grab what we need from the board first, and then we'll go grab Rias. I have the censored version on Switch. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think the whole game's just straight banned, like, censored or not. Oh, yeah. Forgot I got some new stuff. Unlock cosmetic. Adventurer's Jerkin. Are they? Is that just what they do? Sod and Pete. Okay. Meet Luke at the inn. Okay. I do need to get a shovel. I don't have a shovel. So let's get a shovel. Hi Luke. A shovel's 500. Like most of my money, but you know. Whatever. How am I supposed to know how to pronounce Rias? I think it is just pronounced the way it's spelled, honestly. Oh, he's in there. I think. I have to learn what all of these sprites are. Jesus Christ, kid! Polymod goes crazy in this game. Yeah, I've heard that there's a mod that turns March into a butch woman. Because everybody who saw him at first thought he was a butch woman, and it's so funny to me. And it was all like whoosh, and then bzzzt, and I was like, wham! Ooh, amazing. Luke is so cute. Yeah, he's really cute. Peach, you came! I did no such thing, child. Are you ready to become an entomologist? It means someone who studies in-text. Yeah, I know what an entomologist is, Hemlock. Alexander Hamilton. Yeah, that's what I do. There are a lot of cool bugs in Mistria, and Mr. Errol at the museum agreed to have a whole wing dedicated to them. I'm so excited. So are we. Until now, Luke's been bringing all his finds back to his room. But it's a big job being the only entomologist in Mistria. Will you join me? Absolutely. I love bugs, kid. That's what I like to hear. I want to give you my old net. It's brought me lots of luck over the years, but I think it's time to pass it on to a new generation of bug catchers. Bitch, I am older than you, but okay. Look at that form. Don't forget to bring any new bugs you find to Errol at the museum. Please don't bring them here. I'm not, Hemlock. Be sure to tell me about all the neat bugs you find, Peach. Alright. Yeah, he is adorable. Ah, shit. We're going jellyfishing. Jesus. I wasn't trying to use it. I'm sorry. Alright. Is that Errol in there? God, it is so hard to tell. I know eventually I'll be able to start telling their sprites apart. But right now is not that time. Alright. Okay, I see. Oh, we got a new outfit. Gross. Give me back my dress. Thank you. Alright. Oh, he's just back over there. Okay. I don't know why I assumed he would be fucking anywhere else but at work right now. It's fucking 11:30 in the morning. Let's go. Yeah, that's the thing about kids in these games, is that kids in these games stay forever young. Forever young. Oh my goodness! Hi, Mistia! Hello! Hello. How are you? How was your stream? Hi! What were you playing? It says just chatting, but I'm pretty sure you were doing something. Hi! Grim says welcome! I love this game. How do you like it? I just started, so I'm really enjoying it. Why the fuck is my scritches all the way over there? What the fuck? Why are my scritches all the way over there?
Howdy, Mistia and Raiders.
Howdy, Mistia and Raider. Mistia. Graham, that is not how you say that. Graham, get it right. Thank you, the Tealed Bomber, so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Yeah, Graham is trying to be nice. But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying it, honestly. I'm having such a great time so far. I'm only on day like 3, but I'm having a really, really, really good time. There's so many hot characters. I'm really struggling to pick who I want to romance. I know romance isn't implemented into the game yet, but I'm trying to be prepared. And it's hard because everybody's so fucking hot. I was doing karaoke. Oh, okay. Sounds good, sounds good. I haven't done a karaoke stream in a while. I should do that again sometime. Also, hi Raiders, my name is Tragedy, but everybody just calls me Pete.
Mistia had a karaoke stream and she sung really good.
Aw, that's good. Grim, how do you know? Were you there? Grim, when did you leave stream? To go listen to Mistia sing? Like, it's fine that you did that, but when did you do that? What the fuck?
I get around.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I get around. Something about that really fucking tickled me. Oh, God. But yeah, I'm a cyberpunk dog VTuber. I'm a variety streamer.
I'm a two-timing whore.
Graham! You cannot say that! I'm gonna fucking put soap in his mouth. Hold on, chat. I have to go put soap in the baby's mouth real quick. He's been cussing a lot today. I'm so sorry. I'm in love with March, but the hot sorceress is a close second. I'm also really in love with March. But I'm also really in love with Hayden, and I'm also really in love with the doctor. So I'm kind of struggling. And I'm also really in love with the dragon. So I'm kind of getting pulled.
I'm sorry. I'll behave.
Will you behave? I don't believe you. Fucking, I'm gonna put Grim in baby jail. Grim's about to get locked up for his crimes. I'm about to grab a little jail cell for him. But yeah, I've definitely got some. I'm struggling to pick. But also, Mistia, if you need to go eat or sleep or piss or shit or anything that you gotta do, I completely understand. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, Mistia's community, the same goes for y'all. If any of y'all have to go piss or shit or eat or drink or sleep, thank you for dropping by. It was nice to see you. Alright, I was giving Rias some stuff for his birthday. Because he likes things. Alright, there's something else I have to do today. Leave Grim alone. Grim's a good pupper. He's not acting like a good pupper. He's acting like a menace. Gardening materials.
Thank you, Nick.
Whatever. Don't side with him. Alright, I gotta deposit the wood. I gotta get sod and peat. Or Celine. Okay. Off I go. Hashtag free Grim. He hasn't even been put in prison yet. He's not even been put into baby jail yet, and y'all are already trying to free him? It's ridiculous. I can't believe I'm getting...
Hashtag free Grim.
Whatever. Whatever, Grim. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, bro.
Peach is my biggest hater.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Fuck you. Out here acting a damn fool. I haven't gotten a fishing rod yet. I should get one of those. I should also upgrade my bag.
Fuck the ops.
Fuck the ops? Who taught you those words? I'm about to send you back to preschool where you can relearn baby language because nobody should have been teaching you how to say that shit. What the hell?
She pushes me down the stairs every day.
We don't even have stairs, Grim! You're a fucking liar! We don't even have stairs! Oh my god! Nobody believe him. We live in a fucking one-story house. He's a
Please, chat. Call PETA. Help.
Oh yeah, PETA's just gonna turn. If chat calls PETA, you're gonna turn up dead, Grim. PETA is not safe for you. Are we getting sleepy? Damn, digging really does do the worst, huh? Those steps hurt. What steps? Archaeology. Digging up peat, sod, and clay will sometimes drop double the usual amount. Oh.
Peach is late to feeding me breakfast every single day.
That's because we get up late. I don't know what that has to do with anything. You're trying to make these people hate me, and it's not gonna work. Stop. Hammer time. Oh, oh, oh. Alright. It's because we wake up at 10:30, Grim. You know this. There's no reason to be a dick about it.
Peach once left me outside without water or chew toy.
You're a grown-ass man! Get your own water and chew toy. Get a job, bro. The fuck? Alright, do I have potatoes? I don't know if I have potatoes. Is that too much money? Okay.
Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breeding?
Oh boy, here we go. I'm gonna have to- y'all are about to make me turn off Grim. Or at least Mod's ability to just use Grim to their whims. Oh fuck, I got a hoe. And I don't have any energy to hoe. Oh no, chat. I'm out of hoeing energy. Please. I just need the energy to work that pole. Okay.
The mod union is going on strike.
Oh, why? Because I'm not gonna give y'all 5 tit pics per stream?
Peach, you're never out of hoeing energy.
I appreciate that. Wait, I need energy to fucking plant seeds? Oh my god. I didn't know. I didn't know I needed the energy to plant seeds. This is the worst. Can I eat this? No. I can't eat these. Thank God for Aiden. And his weird-ass chicken shrine. I do like that it makes you hold down the eating button, because the amount of times I have accidentally eaten something I didn't mean to eat in Stardew is fucking ridiculous. Alright. Let's fucking get it. Let's get it today. I'm fucking running. I'm running so gay. I've got a little gay run. I do, I do, I do. I've got a little gay run. How about you? Mistia dropped me off here too. Oh, oops. Oopsies. Oopsie poopsies. Ah, we had energy. The only way to contain Peach Booba is to have 1 per tab. Exactly. You see, you get it. You get the vibe.
Nothing can contain Peach's booba.
Booba. Booba. Booba. I'm probably gonna need that tomorrow, so. Booba. There's a reason you want to have more filling food so you don't waste time eating. Yeah. Shit! Friday night at the inn. The fuck does that mean? Friday night at the end and it feels so grand. I'm gonna go around and piss my pants. Oh. Oh, we got turnips. Very nice. Insert Sir Mix-a-Lot. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you understood the reference. Hi, Doggy! Howdy! I need to get a kitchen.
Howdy.
Howdy! I don't have a kitchen in this bitch. We have a tradition where everyone gathers on Friday nights. Meet me at the inn after 6 p.m.
Nice.
Keep me company and I'll throw you a free drink. Alright. Howdy. Alright, so what we need... Oh, whoops, I pushed the wrong button. What we need is we need to hoe some shit.
You can cook at the inn.
You can cook at the inn? Ah. Good to know. Thank you, Grim. Not even gonna ask how Grim knows that. Howdy's nuts. Fucking ridiculous.
I get around.
I get around. You really do, buddy. Hey. Get dug, bitch. Did Grim speak for you, King? Or did he fucking diss you? Okay, good. I thought I heard him speak, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I wanted to make sure that he didn't fucking just diss you out of the blue. I got a praying mantis, gang. Alright, how many more do I need? That's fine. I need 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4 more wood, 8 more stone. Got it. Can I gift someone the VIP I get from VIP? Yeah, if you'd like. Alright, 8, and we need 6. There's a mini timer. Yeah, I know there's a timer on Grim, but I want to make sure that, sometimes Grim doesn't speak when, the exclamations say... Well, so the exclamation mark say only works for mods as well. I have that set up that way so that the mods can use it to greet people if they would like. It doesn't work for just normal viewers because you guys have a channel point redeem that you guys are expected to use instead, so... And thank you for the pet! I'm gonna gift it to a mod to force demote them. Damn! I miss Roach and Ghost. Who? Hello everyone. Morning. You want a lilac for your stinky stamina and some shards. Alright. I can do all that. Oh, when a mod says to exclamation mark says too quickly. Ah, okay, that makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense. Gift it to Peach so there'll be chaos and she can't do anything. Oh my god. Ducky,
I did 9/11.
No! Gore! Gore, you cannot make Grim say that! The music is a bit... What happened to the music? It sounds fine on my end. Did it get all weirdly pixelated for y'all? I know that happens sometimes. How many mods you got? 5, I think, but only 2 of them show up frequently. Like, Gore's here every day, and then Ducky's around from time to time. Oh, the crackles. God damn it. I need to figure out why it does that. I don't know why it crackles. Do I need another one? No. I don't get enough viewers to need more than 2 mods at a time, honestly.
I love duck 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 duck.
Duck, 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 duck. Can I not donate the bugs? Why can't I donate the bugs? I wanna donate the insects.
It crackles because I am sabotaging your streams for mistreating me.
Damn. Hold on, my model's about to act weird. Okay, sorry. I thought something was happening. Hi, Hayden. It's only insects that have a little check over the box. Oh, that's bullshit. I was hoping it was gonna be all insects. Oh, I can't steal other people's shit? Oh, that's brag. Like, the turnips have one, but common bugs don't. I was hoping it would be all bugs. That sucks. I'm gonna do a coup? What?! A coup on who? Me?
Kula says you're pasta slut.
I'm a pasta slut? For what? The mod, so technically yes, you. Whatever. Oh, the ant just sticks around.
Pasta sluts love to send their nudes.
Thanks, Score. I forgot to grab my fucking flower. God damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. Chat. I might have to take a quick break. Oh, I'm out. Shit. Chat, I might have to take a quick break. I kind of feel like I'm in danger of shitting myself. Which would be very unfortunate. But also very funny. So maybe I should.
Go shit, girl.
Go shit, girl. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should, but I'm having a really good time. Is it worth shitting myself on stream? I'm sick, so my shit's liquid right now. Is that TMI? Am I telling y'all too much information about my current life? Oh, yeah, I am? Huh, bummer.
Shit yourself. Do it for the clips.
Do it for the clips, do it for the clips! Oh shit, I'm in a cutscene, hold on.
You don't pay me enough for this shit.
Please don't, it's against TOS! Okay, okay, I'll be right back. Y'all behave, I'll be right back. Wait, she's back? I'm in your balls, chat! I'm in your balls! Not only am I back, I'm in your balls, chat! Hi. Sorry, I was catching up on chat, seeing what y'all were talking about. Hello. Making sure y'all were all behaving while I was gone. Also, I love the fact that her cauldron looks like a sassy little dragon.
Hide or fent.
Hide your what? Terrifying. Also, good night, Kula. Also, first of all, Juniper's calling these kids gremlins. Second of all, her cauldron looks like a little sassy dragon. It's like a little dragon going,
She'll never take us alive.
What am I, the cops? I don't give a shit. We're following that smell. That super gross smell. If I knew bats could make you smell like this, I wouldn't try to avoid them. It's like stink armor. What's in the cauldron isn't for the bath, it's for a health tonic. With one sip, you'll be instantly refreshed. No one is going to drink that if it tastes as bad as it smells. Ah, but I have yet to add the final ingredient. Peach, if you would. Huh! She's a magician! Witch! There we are. That unfortunate smell has cleared right up. Don't you agree, Peach? Smells like fresh fertilizer. An obvious improvement. Now who to test it on? Ooh, ooh, me! While I admire your enthusiasm, Del, I think we should reward the intrepid adventurer who retrieved the final ingredient. Are we about to fucking poison these kids? Aww. Juniper is not the woman to have children with. She will poison them. Ow! She's killing me! She killed me! Juniper! I joined the Discord? Oh, hell yeah. Sorry, Juniper just fucking killed me on sight. Cool! Very interesting. The lilac appears to have inverted the potion's intended effect. Peach doesn't look too good. We should get Dr. Valen! Ah, there's no need to get that woman involved. Valen is a woman. I see. Here now, Peach. Why don't you toddle off to the bath? It's on me. I don't think we should be having children with Juniper. Oh, the bath is a dragon statue. That's super cool. I love that. See, kids, right as rain. And to make sure there's no lingering effects, your next 5 bathhouse visits are free, Peach. Who would ever want to take that many baths? Yuck. Thank you again for your assistance, Peach. I'll be sure to call on you again in the future. Now, why don't you all scoot out of here? I need to do a post-experiment write-up. Am I just this woman's fucking, like, pet rat? Juniper is activating all kinds of neurons. She can knock me up. Y'all are feral for this woman. We can help you come up with lots of ways to describe how bad it smells. Hot garbage! Dog burps! Oh yeah, dog burps is pretty good. I don't need that many baths, chat. Alright, I need to go talk to her, and then we'll go to the inn tonight. I need sod and peat, and then shards. I need to find a dig site. I don't even know where to look for dig sites. Hey there, Peach, what's up? I got what we need. That's great news! Come on, let's go tell everyone. It's time! Let's get this bridge repaired! Nice work, Peach. Now it's my turn. Just let us know how we can help, Ryas. The dig site's on the bottom left. Remember a shovel. Got it. I was like, how was I supposed to know where the dig site was? They never told me. Are we done, Ryas? Feels like we're done. We sure are. This bridge is going to last a long, long time.
Valor makes me want to go plap, 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 get pregnant.
Grim! Grim, no! And Balor looks like the common royal knight. He looks like fucking Hal from Hal's Moving Castle. I'll let the Saturday market merchants know that the bridge is repaired. Let me help you, Adeline. Together, I'm sure we can guarantee that Saturday will be market day in Mistria again. Yeah, he looks like Hal from Hal's Moving Castle. He's pretty, though. Cheers to that. Alright, quest complete. Okay. You said dig site? Bottom left? That's a beach. Having the dark, edgy colorings of the characters? Yeah. Go up? Above the farm, then left. Uh-huh. I mean, there are these ruins here. Is that where I need to go? Is the western ruins? Oh, okay, okay. Got it. That pit. Love pits. Chat, how stinky are your pits? Today. Have we bathed today, chat? When was the last time we bathed? I'm just curious, no real reason.
Peach, I can't wait to go to the dig site.
Oh my god. Grim, no. We're going to the dig site, baby. Dig. D-I-G, sweetheart. Oh boy, here we go.
Peach, where do babies come from?
I'm not telling you this right now, Grim. Also, you should know. You're a grown-ass man, Grim. No baths, only showers. Baths take too long. I can't take showers. I can only take baths, so... Oh. Did you wash your ass today? Yeah, that's the question. Bet. Okay, so I can keep that. Probably destroyed in the earthquake. So. I can only take showers because baths make my skin all wrinkly. Okay. Ooh, we got some clay. What is that? Can I need to get a bigger bag. We are identifying. Ancient horn circlet. The Age of the Witch Queens. Ooh, I wanna be a part of the Age of the Witch Queens. Sounds sick as fuck.
That looks like something you would wear.
It does look like something I would wear. Thank you for noticing. Oh, that gave me some seeds too. Okay. Let's go donate all this shit and then we'll come back. Why are you bonking me? Why was I getting bonked? What did I do to deserve the bonketing? Ayy. Got a new reward. Tomato seed. Because I love to bonk. Well, why did it have to be me? Alright, we gotta go to the town. Hold on. I want the seeds more than I want the chickpea seeds. Have I already donated one of these? I have, okay. I thought so, but I wanted to be sure. Peach is very wholesome, Siso, and dare I say very demure. I'm not. I am not, but I appreciate the lies that you tell.
If Peach is wholesome, then I'm fucking Jesus.
Like having sex with Jesus? Because you might be doing that anyways. Hey! It's party night, baby! You made it! What'd I tell you? It's a full house. Why don't you walk around and see what everybody's up to? Oh, and here's your free drink. Oh, fuck yeah. I got a free drink? I don't know how I opened that menu, but that's cool. I got a free drink, chat. Please love me. These other folks and their games. I really like to sit with a drink and appreciate it, you know what I mean? Certainly. Better to turn your senses into one thing and give it the attention it deserves. The drink is spiked? Why would she do that to me? She wouldn't do that to me. Isn't that right, young Marsh? Peach, come here, come here. Oh my god, he's so drunk. I'll let you in on a little secret. You're not so bad. Oh, what was I saying again?
Marge plap 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 get pregnant plap 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 get pregnant.
That's the truest thing you've said all day, Grim. He's so sweet when he's drunk. Wait a minute, what? I'm not that bad? He's so sweet when he's drunk. Wait a minute. Oh my. It seems our young blacksmith is a bit of a lightweight. It's because he's drinking the cheap stuff. Just like you, Valen, having no palate is nothing to be ashamed of. Here, try some of my wine, you'll see. I suppose you've had plenty of time to refine your taste, but as a doctor I simply can't recommend drinking at home, alone.
Get out of here, Peach. March is mine.
No. A girl can't get a little sloppy on a Monday night? Can't get a little sloppy on a Monday night, indeed. Gore, that did not work. This is why you have a reputation for being stiff, Valen. I have a reputation. What? She's like, I have a reputation? Oh.
I wanted both impregnate and be impregnated by 90% of this village.
God damn. Okay. Come here and sit with me, Peach. The girls are fighting. What fun. The girls are fighting! Spicy cheddar biscuit. Ooh. Sometimes I can't tell if those two are friends or enemies. I suppose it isn't too important as long as they can share a drink. Eland has been talking about this game of his for weeks. I hope the others are as excited as he is.
The other 10% have already impregnated me and been impregnated.
True. So true. Look, Valen is so fine, it's not even funny anymore. Welcome to our inaugural session of Dragons and Drama. I'll be striving to provide a historically accurate experience, but if I slip on any details, please slip up. Historically accurate D&D? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thank you for feeding Grim, by the way. Why does Hemlock look like an older version of Prince Naveen? I think he looks like Alexander Hamilton from the hit musical Hamilton, but that's just me. I wrote a backstory for my character, Peach. She's a druid, and she can talk to flowers, and she loves nature, but I don't get what to do with all these numbers. Yeah, me too, gang. Follow my lead, Celine. I set all of these useless stats to 1 so that my mind stat can be 67. Which you would think isn't possible for a starter character, but if you look at the rules section, 107, paragraph 2, you will see that... Whew, Adeline sure does know her stuff. Look here, Peach. I'm whittling out some miniatures for the game. They're just playing D&D. This is Celine's druid, Daffodilia, and this is Adeline's wizard, Moonsilver, and this is Baylor's thief, Snicklefritz. Snicklefritz? Holy shit. This game turns chat into a bunch of gooners. True. Me? I'm Bad Brad, the bearded bard. Please call him by his full name. Me playing D&D. That's actually Gore playing D&D. I'm Snicklefritz for sure. Gore playing D&D is Bad Brad, the bearded bard for sure. Is this what I get for arriving late to the cards table? I have no idea what's going on, or why everyone keeps calling me Snicklefritz. Oh, he doesn't even want to be in the game! Ooh, she sounds pretty confident, don't you think, Rias? I wish I could say. I just deal the cards, man. I'm in for 50 more tests, Ray. Oh ho! That bluff won't work on me. Are you quite certain you don't need any more cards, Nora? Are you sure you don't need any more cards, Errol? Now, let's keep it friendly. I love all the old people playing cards. No need to get worked up. Hey guys, 4 of a kind is good, right? Or should I hold out for a 5 of a kind? Guys? Hey, Ulrich, go get your brother, baby. Ulrich, for the love of God, go get your brother, baby. He's drunk and being nice to me, and it's really sweet, actually. I kind of want to spend more time with him. Psst, Peach, don't let anyone see you. The coast is clear. Now, before we tell you anything, you have to pinky swear you won't tell anyone. Because we're planning a heist!
Clap, clap, get pregnant.
Okay, why is Ulrich not dateable? Is he in a relationship? Like, why is he not dateable? Luke is the brains. Dell is the brawn. I'm the face. Get it, Maple. And you're the courier, Peach. And our target is... Mr. Balor. His secrets, more precisely. Why does he always keep his door locked? Is it because we keep trying to go in there uninvited? We're going to find out. Meet us here next week, Peach. To find out more for the next episode of Dragon Ball Z? What am I meeting y'all here for? I want to talk to... The inn is so full. This is what I call a successful night. Thanks for coming out and being a part of it, Peach. Ah. Very nice. Soup looks great. Today's flavor is broccoli cheddar soup. Oh, no. I'm good without a bowl, but thank you. Should I drink? Sure, I'll get drunk. Whatever. Hope we're all having a grand day. It's about time for me to head home, though. Oh, fucking ads. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. You know, I've been completing quests pretty good. I'm pretty proud of myself. Oh, you can't plant these at this time of year, I guess. It's a summer crop. Ah, it's not summer. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Alright. I like the fact that it won't let you plant summer crops, though, because Stardew Valley is like, plant it. Watch what happens, dumb bitch. We sold 4 items, we completed 3 quests, we got museum donations. Hell yeah. Pants! What else we get? Money! Shoes! Nice. I like completing quests. Completing quests is quite nice. For me, personally. Oh, it's Saturday market time. It's a bright, beautiful, sunny day for the Saturday market. Let's go water some plants. This game is very nice. The dialogue's really good too, honestly. I really do find myself enjoying, like, the dialogue and everything too. I didn't mean to do that. Give me that back. You know, I could probably leave the hoe, too. Now I'm thinking about it. Damn. Saturday market's back in town. Go introduce yourself to this week's vendors and then go talk to me for a reward. You're doing great work. I've attached my recipe for sliced turnips. I thought you might want to try them out. Oh, thank you. Need your help with something important. Meet myself and curator Errol at the museum. And Dozy absolutely insisted that I send you an extra token of apology for nearly knocking you out with my experimental potion yesterday. Here's a magical object that you might find useful if you can figure out what it does. Oh, okay. Thanks, Juniper? I wonder if we finish level 8, do we get bitches? I would love that. Oh, it's furniture. Can I not put it on the table? Oh, I can. Tomorrow there will be a thunderstorm. Oh, that's nice. Okay, cool. Thank you. Games like these weekend voice the characters. Yeah, and that's always fun, but I just mean more like farming games with like good, like, I like having little quests to do every day. That's really nice for me. I really love quest-based things. So this is really nice for me. But also I really like just like unlocking things like this. It's like a reward for doing it that's not just money. Wild berries, and I'll get wild berry scones. Okay, cool, cool, cool. But also, like I said, when the dialogue's really nice, I like that too. Alright, we got some new people to talk to. Oh, you can buy new hairstyle. I want that one. I don't have enough money. Hi, Vera. Hi, if you're looking for a new hairstyle, you're talking to the right person. The name's Vera. I'm a traveling hairstylist. I've been all over Aldaria. I'd be happy to teach you any hairstyle I know. Just pick what you want and put down your coins. Oh, she's got good hair. Hello? Hello there. Welcome to Darcy's Cafe. Yes, I'm Darcy. If you're ever in the mood for a nice cup of coffee or a sweet treat, be sure to stop by. Everything is made fresh. All right. Wood. Wood. Gore said absolutely wood to everybody. I love Friday nights at the inn. It was so nice to see everyone relaxing. Okay. Oh, and she's got foods. We love that. You want a haircut? Vera's hair dye is all natural and has no adverse effects on your health, in case you were wondering, Peach. Good to know. Oh, you can get hair clips too. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, bet. We're gonna have to buy some stuff from her. Gore wood for everybody. Alright, who else we got? We got another market person here. Hi! Welcome to Mary's Antiques. I'm Mary. I sell all sorts of unique furniture here that I source and restore myself. The selection is always changing. If you see something you like, snag it before it disappears. Okay. Oh, cute. Haunted attic window. I want that. Haunted attic nightstand. I want that. Just give me all the haunted stuff, honestly. I love haunted shit. If you were wondering, Mary's prices are as fair as my own. Always nice to see in a fellow merchant. Oh. I had Blackstone. I locked the door. My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to lock the door. Okay, Louis understands that I need clothes that are durable. He's reliable that way. Alright. Hello, Louis? Greetings and salutations, my name is Louis. If you are looking for an article of clothing, you may rest assured that I personally cut and sew every garment you will find at my booth. My stock changes with the week, so if you find something you simply have to see yourself in, do not wait. Alright, what you got? Oh, pride hat! Devil horns. Cat ears! Hoop earrings. Gay bow. Oh, shit. There's so much here I want. Oh, man. That's crazy. Okay. Greet the vendors. Talk to Nora. Okay, so it's only 4 vendors at a time. Good to know. Thank you. Oh, she gave me enough money to get my hair cut. Okay, hold on. I want the haircut. Yippee! Yippee! A backwards hat. Hell yeah. Alright. Oh, yay! The short hair is so good. Okay. What other quests do I have? Oh, I gotta go to the museum. And then find some berries and some shards. Got it. See, this is bad for me because now every Saturday I'm just gonna spend all my money at the market on accessories and cute things. Oh no, this game's got me down bad. Peach, thank you for joining us. I hope you haven't roped Peach into your schemes. I do love a good scheme. Then you'll love this. I believe the time has come to discuss reopening the mines. Eland, with all due respect, I believe we should be focusing on the museum. We don't have the workforce to reopen the mines in a commercial capacity, whereas the museum is drawing interest from as far as the capital already. I believe it is the surest way to raise Mistria's renown, which should be our top priority. We are in agreement that the museum should be our focus, Errol. However, with the arrival of Peach, I believe we now have the perfect person to begin exploring the mines. Shipments of ore would be invaluable to the town, and there are surely incredible artifacts just waiting to be discovered in the depths. Weren't the mines condemned after the earthquake? They sure were! Great, glad we're having this conversation. Yeah, the children yearn for the mines, however I'm not a child. No rewards without risks, eh? While I appreciate the enthusiasm, I simply can't approve of a reopening at this time. Structural damage or seam slippage, the elevator has stopped working. And I've been hearing strange sounds from below. Surely you're not keeping the mine shut over some eerie noises, Errol. Yeah, they put me to work. They making me dig. What the fuck? I would be happy to reconvene on the matter when Mistria's town rank has reached at least Stone Star rank, if that would satisfy you too.
The children crave the mines.
They do. I can see there's no budging you, Errol. Well, at least we have a goal in sight, Peach. How can I help? Turning in items for museum sets, completing requests, and shipping items are all ways that you can help raise Mistria's renown. Let's get to it. The mines will be reopened in no time. I'm glad to see you so enthused, Island. I am kind of hungry. I don't know why I'm kind of hungry, but I'm just kind of sitting here and I'm like, I could go for some tasties. Gathering some berries. How many berries do I need to get? Oh, I got new pants. That's what it is. And new shoes. No, I like the small shoes. Okay. 6. Okay, awesome. So I'll bring those back to her tonight. Is that a fucking bee? Oh, yeah, bumblebee. Fascinating. We don't really need the bee, so. It's a sex dungeon? What? The cave? The cave is a sex dungeon? Huh? Alright, time to gather. Shards! Yay! We needed those. Oh, is that it? We just like the little holes in the ground. see how it is. So just, you can only use the divots in the ground, it looks like. If you see any. Good to know. We will donate one of these, though. Errol said he heard strange noises. I mean, it could be a lot of things. It doesn't have to just be a sex dungeon. I mean, it probably is just a sex dungeon, but I'm just trying to say, like, it could be other things as well. Okay. Throw one of shards. Nice. Can I dig up these? No, I can't. Alright. Can I not give you the shard? Can I not? These are requests. How can I not? Oh, I need 2. I have enough berries for her, though. That's not the right person. The other granny I need to give the berries to. Sorry, didn't realize I needed 2. I wouldn't have given it away if I realized I needed 2. Alright, well. I need to get some fishing gear so I can start fishing soon. Oh, there's a little bug. Little bugaboo. Yeah. Oh, I can give away that caterpillar. Got it. Not that one, though. Oh, nope, I can do that one, too. Okay. Got it. It doesn't have to be a dungeon. It could also just be a sex cave. I mean, I suppose so. Your girl needs to start fishing, but I'm kind of just wandering around looking for insects. Insectoids. Where are all the insects? The insects? No buggies around here. This is the worst. Where are all the buggies? Buggies. Well, I guess I'll go drop these guys off at the museum. I might as well get some donations in while we're here. I guess it's already 5 p.m., so... Bit of a bummer, there's only like 2 things you can dig up from here a day. I was kind of hoping you'd be able to dig the whole thing. Like, I understand why you can't, but part of me was kind of hoping they would let you dig the whole thing. Kind of a bummer. You get 2 little digging spots and that's pretty much it, which kind of sucks. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about this, but I was like, should I talk about it? And then I was like, no, I shouldn't, but I might as well now. We're working on a merch line. I started the process of the merch line today. It's going pretty good so far. I'm really happy with the... I say so far. We haven't, like, gotten anything, like, official in stone yet. But I think it's gonna look really nice when it's done. This is going to be my first ever merch line. I've never done a merch line before. So, it's gonna be something brand new to me. I'll be trying this out for the first time. I'm excited to try it out for the first time. But that means that things might, oh shit. So I know, y'all know I have the plush design, and we are still planning on using the plush design for sure. However, we've determined that we're gonna hold off on the plush for a little bit. At least with this company that I'm working with. Just to make sure that, you know, merch sells okay and everything comes out looking good. And if the first round of merch is successful, then we will start working on plush, Daikamuras, possibly, which are the body pillows, and some other bigger projects like water bottles and big things like that. I will say this time around, we're definitely gonna have some nice stuff. Some sweatshirts, some t-shirts, some sweatpants, because I wear so many pairs of sweatpants. And also, we are going to have the glory that is a 3D, or a Booba mouse pad. Because I know how much y'all love Booba mouse pads, and I would never take that from you. Alright, time to root around in my couch cushions. Hell yeah. I've done, Booba mouse pads in the past. This would be the first one I'm doing through a company, though. Last time I did them on my own. So, yeah, I'm very hyped for merch. I'm very, very hyped for merch. Hi, Nico! But yeah, hopefully the merch will be done, around the time of our 2.0 re-debut. Should everything go well. And I'm very excited for it, personally. We've got some beautiful flowers. Some gorgeous potatoes. We need to get some more seeds. Can you meet me at the manor house when you have the time? Okay. Hi, Nico! Yeah, I'm so late. No, it's fine. You know I'm not worried about that kind of stuff. I don't ever worry about that kind of stuff. Y'all know that. I'm gonna hold on to a tulip. I don't know. It just feels like the right thing to do to hold on to one just in case. But no, you're not that late. I was actually just talking about the fact that I have just finished talking to a representative from a company about making merch. So that's currently what we are up to, is making sure a merch line is done and ready to go by re-debut. Hopefully. Should everything... Should the gods permit. A morel mushroom? Okay, I don't know where to find those, but I'll look around. Hello, everyone. It's a beautiful rainy day. We gotta go to the manor real quick. There we go. Your request is reasonable, but could I suggest we add a sleep aid to the list of medicines? It keeps well. We ran short in the days after the earthquake. It'd be a weight off my mind to know we have extra stock. That's a great idea. Our first aid supply should cover all the bases. Excellent. I'll get to work. Hi, gang. Here to pitch in as well, Peach? Sure am. Many hands make light work. I'll leave you two to it. Bye, Valen. Love you. Mwah. Thanks for answering my letter. I've sent out personal requests to anyone who might be able to help us rebuild our emergency stockpile. I don't like to think about what might have happened without it in the aftermath of the earthquake. Unfortunately, it's pretty much used up. Alright, let's do it. If only we could stockpile your enthusiasm, too. Could you ship 10 crops to help resupply our food rations? I'll give you these seeds to help you get started. Locally grown crops keep well, and they're filling and nutritious, too. I think we'll all sleep easier with the emergency stockpile refilled, don't you? Absolutely, Queen. I'm on it. But yeah, so a lot of the merch is going to be clothing related. But I think that's a good first round, is having nice clothes. I don't know. I like nice clothes. I'll also have some, hopefully, if everything works out well, I should also have some tags that you guys will be able to, like, stick to your luggage. Like, if y'all go on trips anywhere and y'all, like, fly anywhere, y'all should be able to have things to add to your luggage to make them more recognizable as yours. So that'll be really fun. I'm really excited about that. I don't even go on trips, really, but the idea of that makes me really excited. I didn't even know what those were until I was talking to the rep today, and he, like, was explaining it to me, and I was like, oh, that's so cool! The fuck is this? Oh, ancient royal scepter. Fascinating. We love that kind of shit. But all in all, I'm really excited. Unfortunately, I did reach out to Makeship about the plushie to try and get that done, and that didn't really work out as well as I had hoped it would. Which is okay, it's not the end of the world, it's just it's a little bit of a disappointment. I've had a lot of disappointments lately. A lot of things I've reached out for to try and make work that just didn't happen. Which I think is part of why I haven't really been feeling super great today. Is just because, like, I've just had a lot of stuff that hasn't worked out the way I wanted it to, I think. And I'm kind of going through it a little when it comes to that, but I'll be alright. Life moves on, so we're just gonna keep trying. We'll just have to try from other angles, you know? That's all I can say about it. Life continues to move on, and I'm gonna move on too, you know? We'll try new things, and if it doesn't work out, then we'll scratch it and try other new things. Ah, shit. A girl might need her hoe. Oh man, a girl's gonna need her hoe. There it is. I was like, where the fuck did that bitch go? I will admit, I haven't really been taking super great care of my mental health lately. I've been kind of overworking myself a little bit. I think to overcompensate for the fact that things haven't really been working out the way I've wanted them to. But I'm working on that. I'm working on not letting that get to me as much. And we'll get there, you know? Things will happen when they are ready to happen, and I just have to remind myself that you just can't push it, you know? You can't rush the things that are meant to be. They'll show up in their own time, you know? As hard as that is to remember sometimes. I love that I leave little footprints in the sand. I think that's so cute. Have you seen her? They're getting to play Miss Wednesday? I have, yeah. I'm really excited for it. I think she's really pretty. I think she'll do a great job. Right, I need 500 for a fishing rod. I already forgot. Well, I got quests that need to be done. Sod and peat, shards. Where do I get a morel mushroom from? Did I grow that? Not really sure. I have no idea. Oh my god, it's already 10 p.m. Hold on, what the fuck? second. 1 second. Somebody added me about something and I like to just make sure it's all good. Okay. I hate doing that on stream, but I've got so much going on in the background right now that I kind of have to from time to time. Very sorry. Sometimes we gotta swipe away. Swipe away the haters, you know? Also, there's so much fucking grass. Oh shit. You can fucking hit it with a combo. That's crazy. I'm just trying to see what the hell's all up on my land. Damn! Catching it with the combos. Yeah, so far I've been excited about pretty much everything they've announced. All of the castings they've announced so far. They've done a really good job with casting with this show, I will say. Their casting director is on point. So, I'm really interested to see how they do Chopper, honestly. Because my thing is, they're gonna announce an actor for Chopper and people are gonna be like, okay, is he going to be a puppet? Like, what is he gonna be, you know? Got you, bitch. You've helped repair the bridge into town. Well done. I'm sure the other villagers appreciate your efforts. Thank you. I work really hard. So I appreciate you noticing. Yeah, I'm also very excited to see how they handle Chopper. See, I actually didn't know any of those actors until they announced them, and then I had to like do a little bit of a deep dive to like see who they were and like what they were in and what they did. Muppet Chopper would be great. Yeah, I think it'd be really funny. But I think it'd be really funny if it was Muppet Chopper, but like only the top half, like you know how like Kermit the Frog is? And so they just have him at the bottom of the screen like bobbing around and shit. And then whenever Chopper hits his, like, big boy form, it's just a grown buff-ass man. Chopper, Frankie, and Brooke are gonna cost them a lot when on screen. I think Brooke's gonna cost them more than anything. Chopper, I think, is really doable, with practical effects. But I think the amount of CG they're gonna have to do to add on to, Brooke is definitely going to be expensive. Just out of curiosity, hold on. Checking something out real quick. Don't mind me. Oh, great. Everything he likes is super expensive. Yeah, that's gonna take me a little bit. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna take me a bit to get figured out. They gotta go with the skeleton decoration and dance around the set. Yeah, Frankie is definitely going to be doable for sure. I'm not worried about Frankie at all. Hey, Rias. A skeleton animatronic? They could do that. That's still kind of costly. Cheaper than CGIing it all the time, but it still is a bit of a price. Hey, babe. I know you just arrived, but I wouldn't get too comfortable. Why? Do you not like it when I come to say hi to you? Does it weird you out? Should. Oh, this is Oris's room. Arias. 8 p.m. 7 p.m. Friday. 99 degrees. Oh. I like that the armor looks like Shovel Man. You know what I mean? Not Shovel Man, what's his name? Shovel Knight. Boop. Have a little bug. Okay. So I haven't gotten any of the fish. Do not enter. I can't enter any of the rooms yet? Or is it just because it's, I think it's just because it's, not that time of day anymore. So they're not open. What are you? Rhinoceros beetle, hell yeah. I love that I give a little peace sign. I'm just like, hey. Do you catch something? They just have to hire a necromancer? Yeah, that's the easiest option. Necromancy. That's my go-to. Stop motion brook. That'd be so funny. I got a snail. I love that this game gives me bug catching. I love bug catching. The bug catching is so much fun. Where are the tarantulas that will chase me down? I remember that from fucking Stardew Valley. Or, Animal Crossing. Time to go to bed. Man, I am kind of hungry. Yippee! Hey, we're stone rank now. Love that. You know, for 8 days in, I think we're doing pretty good. Trying to complete as many quests as possible. Tomorrow it's supposed to rain. 1 second. I need my... Alright. Alright. Water as much as we can. Man, I love the watering function in this game. It's so nice. We'll toss the turnips in there just to complete that quest. Alright. Baked potato recipe. Oh, thank you. Town rank. Eland is... Please meet us at the mine's entrance. Oh, right. We've reached the stone rank. We couldn't have done this without your help. Copper ingot. Damn. Alright, we're gonna put that in the chest real quick. Very nice. Good morning. What a pleasant breeze. The flower petals smell nice, don't they? They do. I love that they're just hanging out. Like, he's just like, yeah, it's real nice out. I like it here. I appreciate this man being like, yeah, no, it's good. I like this. This is good for me. The fuck is that? Eat! No, don't eat. What is it? Energy restoration proper- what? It increases your energy permanently. Oh, yeah, then eat that. Ooh, nice. You want a wild leek on it. I actually know where to find one of those. Let's go grab that one first. It's up. I know where to find a wild leek. It's right here. And then I just start pissing on the floor. Alright, where's my wild leek at? Oh, it hasn't grown back yet. Shit. Fuck. Is that a bug? Is that a bug? That's a bug. Pond skeeter. Fascinating. God damn it. I just wanted a wild leek. Man, I do be running though. You look good. What? I couldn't have repaired the bridge without your support. Oh. Well. You're welcome. He's so cute! What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Why is he so cute? I'm saving up for friend redeems again. Not if I completely cuck you by making you have to spend channel points to make Grim speak. Peach! What a joyous day. Mystria's town rank improvement shows that we're on the right track. Why, just think. If we leave the mines closed, we can continue to focus our efforts on other town initiatives. Errol, we both know the town's growth will not continue without a reliable source of stone and ore. New artifacts for the museum would be a boon too. I can see there is no dissuading you two. Alright, we shall proceed with the reopening. Be careful, Peach. The earthquake has revealed cave passages beneath the mines that are yet unexplored. I trust you're ready to handle whatever lies below. Keep your wits about you. Damn, alright. For Mistria! Do that and Grim will be mute. Ah! You would threaten my baby like this? Good luck. I will do what I can to assist the both of you with your finds at the museum. Where the main shaft collapsed, you will need to take the ladder down to start your descent. The elevator isn't working, but Arrow believes that if you just rediscover the elevator platforms further down, that it can be restarted. Incredible. Another dragon statue? This wasn't here before the earthquake. Looks like the statue on my farm. It seems the archaeologist bug has bit you too. I need to confer with Errol and begin a thorough search of the mine's history. It's hard to believe that there's no record of the statue. I hate to cut and run so soon, but this is of immense archaeological importance. Will you be on your right on your own? Yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's fine. Best of luck. We're all looking forward to your findings. Thanks, Errol. Yeah, I think Errol would love archaeology more than I think he would love me. Oh. Seems that you can offer essence here despite the statue's condition. Alright, we'll do that, but give me a second. Damn. You coming to the dig? Or is that just me? Oh no, you're coming to fish. That makes sense. You are the fisher lady. Only one thing to dig up today, huh? Do I even need the clay? Nope, I need peat and sod. I can get a fishing rod now. I have enough money. Gore can just collude with the other mods. Well, that requires the other mods to actually be online. Ever. Exploring the mines is a great way to find new materials, forage, fish for insects, and even treasure. Break rocks on each floor to find a ladder, which will allow you to progress further downwards. Don't forget that you can jump and swim as you explore. Every 5 floors, you will unlock an elevator pathwards. Proceed with care. Magic seeping into the scrolls turn into animate objects into monsters. Upgrading your sword and armor. Okay, cool.
Peach just wants to ruin the mod's fun.
Oh, do I? Is that what I want? Is that what I want, Grim? Grim, what would you even know about it? I made you. Alright. We mining. So we back in the mines. Side to side. Side to side. Side to side.
Peach hates fun.
Peach hates fun? Oh, do I? What do you know about fun, sir? I want the copper ore more than I want the sapling. So we're just gonna go for that. You just gonna follow me around and then get scared? So we back in the mines. Got our pickaxe swinging from side to side. Side to side. Alright. Gross. What the hell is that? Monster powder. Interesting. Oh, a mushroom! Oh, a mushroom! Get rid of the rocks. Oh god, I have to garbage all of them. An upper mines mushroom. Got it. I'm starting to understand how this works. I kind of miss those old Minecraft song parodies. Yeah, we listen to them a lot on stream. Hello, Candy Cat! How are you? Hi! Hi, Raiders! Hi! How are you? Candy Cat, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. Hi, everyone. Hi. Hi, it's nice to meet you. For those of you who don't know, hi, my name is Tragedy, but everybody here just calls me Peach. I am a cyberpunk dog girl VTuber who is also a variety streamer. I kind of just play a little bit of whatever catches my interest and catches my fancy. Which today...
Welcome, readers and candy.
Thank you for saying welcome, Grim. Which today is Fields of Mistria. I have never played this game before, and I'm having a really good time. You're so cute. Aw, thank you. Thank you for the pets. Oh my gosh, Devil Shadow Darko, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you all are having a fantastic day. Like I said, I'm just kind of hanging out. We're not really doing a whole lot today, just trying out some new stuff. But I'm honestly having a really good time. Also, Candy, if you need to go eat, drink, go take a rest, I completely understand. Same goes for any of you guys in the chat. If they all need to go take an eat or rest or anything like that, I completely understand. But thank you guys for dropping by anyways. It's very nice to meet everyone. Also, Confused Charles and Orcadio, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you guys are having a great day. I need some ingots, so we're gonna... start doing that. Cushy Nugget, thank you so much for the follow! Yeah, how was y'all's stream? How was y'all's stream? It kind of looks like Stardew Valley, for sure. I didn't even see what y'all were playing. Oh, y'all were playing Fortnite. Okay, cool. Did you have a good Fortnite stream? I was playing Fortnite yesterday, actually. And I probably need to do it again soon. Not tomorrow, I have a collab tomorrow, but someday soon I should probably play more. How have you been? It's been a while. I've been good. Just kind of hanging out, honestly.
Number 1 victory royale.
Number 1 victory royale. Yeah, said Graham's about to get down. Fortnite Fridays are sweaty as fuck. Oh, I believe it. I haven't played in forever, and I played for the first time yesterday. And I found myself getting a little sweaty. So I completely understand. Actually, we're gonna hold on to these. We might need those tomorrow. But yeah, no, I found myself getting a little sweaty yesterday too, so I was like, oh man, I need to be careful. I was like, I need to be careful about what I'm doing here. I'm doing a little too much. You should collab on Fortnite? Maybe. I took a year off Fortnite and it was worth it. I haven't played since the game first came out. I played for like maybe a week back when the game first came out and was like really big and popular. And then I hadn't touched it again since. So I definitely wanted to get back into it, especially recently. But I just had never done it. I've got so many quests I have to do. I think the only way I'm gonna find that mushroom is in those caves, so we're gonna go mushroom hunting, I think. Oh, let's go see if there's that leak, too. Back in 2017? Yeah, about then. Fennel, copper ore, okay. Yeah, I won 3 matches in a row, and then, it, like, put me with players that play at the same level I play at, and I was like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Those players are way better than me. But it was fun. I still had a really fun time. Alright, I needed to see... Oh, good, it's done. Fantastic. Fennel and leek. How much do I need for both of these quests? 1 fennel and 1 leek. Awesome. Good. How's everyone here doing tonight? Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I've had a rough couple of days, so I decided to kind of take it easy with a new farming game that I'd never tried before. But honestly, I can't recommend it enough. It is so much fun. I need to be in here, looks like. But honestly, I'm doing good. Yeah, this game has a lot of attractive, romanceable characters. It's a little crazy. Oh, wait, nope, that's the doctor's office. What, buddy? Hey, Gore, is it okay if I let the dog out? Or is he back here for a reason? Alright, I'll give you the leek. the wild leek I needed for my soup. Thank you very much. Here's your reward. Thank you. I will take that, and I've got something for you, Nora. Was it not Nora who wanted that? What the fuck? It wasn't Nora. God damn it. Okay. Was not Nora. I can grab him. If you would, I wouldn't mind. I'd be greatly appreciative. That's what I was trying to say. Not I wouldn't mind. There we go. Oh, Peach, is this the fennel I requested? Thank you so much. Here's my recipe for spring salad. Really highlights the flavors of the season. I'm sure it does, Queen. Thank you. Big preach. All right. Yeah, no, this game is essentially Stardew Valley, but with like quests that actually like level up the town itself. And I personally love that. Also, it's got a museum like Animal Crossing does, which is great. Hi, love of my life. You've got a lot to prove, Peach. Try not to let everyone down. I won't. I promise. I couldn't stand to let you down. I'd cry. I'd get really sad. Alright, I'm gonna have to go back into the mines in a minute, but let's do what I can do out here first. I need to get a bag upgrade. I wonder if that's something I can get. Probably like 1,000 coins or something, though. I'll have to go look before I hit the mines. Alright, just one today. What the hell is this? That's something new. Ooh, ancient crystal goblet. Hell yeah. I'll bring that in. We love that. Gore, why are you stepping on chat? Gore, stop stepping on them. That's so rude. Gore, we have visitors. Stop stepping on the visitors. Oh my god. Every time we have visitors, Gore starts stepping on people. Nice. We're 60% done with that. Very nice. I gotta go back to the market real quick. I forgot to check. I'm stepping on me. Why me? What did I do? Wait! Wait, what did I do? Why am I being stepped on? Wait!
Chad shall rise up and rebel against Peach.
Why? Why are we rebelling? Or as Grim says, rebel. Hi, Queen. Don't worry, it's free. We're not unreasonable here. Oh my god, we have free checkups here? Chad, did you hear that? Bag upgrades 1,000. Okay, we'll save for that. Chad, did you hear that? We got free health insurance here. We got free medical here. This place is heaven. Good luck on your quest. Thank you so much. It was very nice to meet you. Sorry, I'm kind of all over the place today. But it was very nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Alright. In we go. Oh, not there. Wait a minute. We gotta go up here. And head in. Alright. Floor 5. Man, we might as well start from where we left off. Oh, there's quite a few little bitches here. Oh, you shoot things. Ow! Alright. Ow! Dickhead. Okay. I gotta get used to the way, the weapons work in this game. Alright, let's see. Alright, ladder. We need ore. We'll definitely grab as much of that as we can. Alright. Jump at me. Alright. Luckily, getting them to jump at you is not too difficult. I just don't care much for the ones that spit. We're not really into spitters here, gang. Alright, let's see. I missed. Ow. What the hell is that? Oh, we're gonna eat this. Monster shell? Yeah, it looks like fucking Bowser. What the hell? We're gonna get rid of the goop. Sweet root. Oh, nice. Arp, 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 arp. Pop Bear Polar Patroller. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Also, that is a name. I was like, don't trip over your words, Peach. You're gonna fumble it. Where the hell is the ladder? There it is. Yeah, what a name indeed. I got some wood. Oh, we want to gather that. Alright. Nice. No! Stop shooting those at me. I don't like it. The worst. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to save up money to get a bigger bag. Gore, if people want to lurk, let them lurk. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Ow! What the hell did it drop? I don't know what that is. I'm sure they all drop it though, so I'm... Noise. Ah! Fade! What is that? I don't know what half of this shit is. I need a bigger bag. I'm leaving a lot of shit behind because I just don't know what it is. And I don't have enough space in my bag. This is the worst. Alright. Bug. Like, what the fuck is this? Ruby of some kind? This is... I don't... I don't like the way he's popping shit at me. It upsets me a little. Oh, and we're out of stamina. Time to get the fuck up on out of here. Alright, we're gonna take what we got and just run with it. Oh god, it's already 11 PM. I didn't even notice. Oh, fuck it. God damn it. There we go. I don't know how I keep fucking that command up, but I do. Alright, I know it's a bit late, but we're gonna run up on these boys real quick. What the? You completed my request? Fine, let's go get your reward. Let's go get it. What's my reward, baby? There! Now scram, I've got work to do. What you gotta do? It's good to hear you back at work, March. I guess that means someone completed your request? Lady Adeline. Yes, it does. Happy to help out. Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Peach. Thanks, Peach. I have an idea. As an extra reward, why don't you give Peach a quick lesson in blacksmithing? Doesn't that sound like fun? He does not look like it sounds like fun. Sure. I know how to blacksmith. I've done it. Blacksmithing is a craft that takes time, skill, and good materials. With enough practice, anyone can be passable blacksmith. But a true artisan like myself can take it a step further and infuse the metal with new power. You're not ready for that. Would you like to view the blacksmithing tutorial? No, I know how to do it. Go on, pick it up. You're giving it to Peach? How generous, March. Yeah. Sure. Why not? This man's like, whatever, dude. What did I tell you, Peach? He's a big softie, really. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you use this forge whenever you want to work on your blacksmithing. Fine. I have other work to take care of. Damn, he ran away. Welcome back, Kiyosoma, the love of my life. Alright, time to get home. This game is so pretty. I like how big all the sprites are, too. Like, I don't feel like we're too small. You know what I mean? I feel like I can see myself very easily. Alright, go to bed. We'll put everything away in the morning. Sorry, my nose itches. Alright, we got quite a few points done today. What the fuck is that? A water trough? It could be. Today's Ulrich's birthday. Oh shit, what the fuck does Ulrich like? Hold on. Hold on, chat. Looking to see what Ulrich likes. Or copper, hard-boiled egg. Hard-boiled egg? Rock with a hole? Is he fucking rocks? Is this man fucking rocks? Should I be concerned? I mean, if he likes copper ore, I'll give him some. This is why he's not dateable? Yeah, I guess so. It's because he's too busy fucking rocks. The hell? Not dateable because he's a rock fucker. This is my cum rock. Don't worry about it. Ooh, baked sweet root. If you can bring me 10 wood, I can give you a quick overview on how to start crafting things that you need, like fences. Oh, okay. That would be nice. just tin wood, right? Oh wait, hold on. I've got so many of these points all of a sudden. Do you feel a shift in the air? It seems the flow of magic has increased. The mines have opened? Interesting. Keep me apprised, Peach. Although I feel my strength slowly increasing, my memory still lags. You know. Not much we can do about that. Sunken secrets. Ooh, an additional dig site. Yes, please and thank you. I'll take that. Thank you. Yeah, he might just not be a dateable option because he wants to fuck rocks. Or you're making a really good point that I never really considered and it kind of scares me a little. Alright, what are these? Stone bench. And a stone bench. Damn, okay. Request for materials. Wood and stone. Alright. I think Orin's probably gonna be, Oh, he's right fucking here. Hey, Ulrich. Or maybe his third impression. I guess you have to judge him at some point. Happy birthday. A birthday present? Oh yeah, it is so party time. You know, I'm glad I can give this little man a happy birthday. Hey, watch yourself around the forge. You'll get burned if you're careless. Aw, you care for me? Alright. Chat, he cares for me. We'll go ahead and upgrade the pickaxe. I love that I get to, like, actually, like, craft it myself. That's so cool, actually. What the hell are you? Goodbye. Butterfly. Nice. His special interest is coming in rocks? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? Yeah, this game's pretty sick. I honestly, for $13, this game slaps. I love the variety of things I can do in it. Hold on, I'm gonna go put this fucking stone bench down somewhere on my farm real quick. Jesus. It's got a big map, too. It's got, like, a way bigger map than I expected it to have. Which I'm not complaining about. It is kind of a pain to run from one place to another, but I imagine that, like, eventually I'm gonna be able to get... Oh, I can't. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. I can sit right here next to him. Love that for me. Cool. I imagine that at some point I'm going to get, the ability to, like, fast travel, or, like if I get a horse, I'll be able to ride my horse around, which will be faster. But, honestly, like, as I'm trying to, like, get to know the area, I really don't mind running around it. I like to imagine he has a rock collection ordered in the order of how well they are at getting his rocks off. That's fucking ridiculous. Oh my god, sorry, I was looking at the clock. I had to, like, peer around my, I had to, like, peer around everything that I have. Oh. Oh. Hi, kids. I had to, like, peer around all the shit there, and I couldn't see what time it was. It is almost time for bed. I want to keep playing, though, is the problem. I might play this off stream while I work at night. Because honestly, this is a lot of fun. How's stream going? So much fun, actually. I'm having a blast, actually. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I'm just saying, like, that's probably gonna start coming up here soon. Ladybug? Nice. Is this like Stardew? It is! Yes! It's very similar. It's like a mixture of Stardew and Animal Crossing. Oh, we're almost done with that. Nice. Yeah, there are so many attractive characters. And there's a much wider dating variety in this game than there are in, like, Stardew. A wider, more unique. Fuck you. Ow! Toadstool. You piece of shit. Alright. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a worm. Oh god. We're just gonna go ahead and get rid of the stone for now. I know I need it for another event, but I need to get a bigger bag, but I'm trying to save money for that still, so. I'd like to make it down to the next floor. Man, this is a great way to get the level up points. Oh. I can break those now. That's nice. I should start grabbing soup, the daily soup, before I come in here. That just hit me. What are you? Worm? I don't need as many of these, so I'm gonna get rid of those for now. God damn it! Tunnel millipede. Interesting. Really? It's one of these two? Leave it to be the last fucking rock. I break. Fucking ridiculous. Wait, you wanna sneak up on me? Nice. I'm just looking for treasure chests anywhere. I don't see any down there though, so I don't think we care. Nice! Up we go. Do not throw shit at me. I do not like it. Get in the water. Noise. Ooh, what the fuck is that? Hold on. How do I drop items from my inventory? There's a way. I know there is, because I've done it on accident a couple times. I don't want to get rid of any of these items, but I would like to drop one from my inventory. Ah. How do I drop it? I don't want to throw any of these away. I mean, I guess I can throw that away, but I need that for a quest. Alright. We'll get there, gang. Crafting scroll mine shell. Oh, see, that was worth it. That was worth throwing that away, because I can get another thing. But that will teach me how to craft something new, so that's definitely worth it. We're also looking for mushrooms, I think. This game is super relaxing and chill. Yeah, it is. I love that I can swim. The swimming aspect is definitely really cool. There it is. I could really see myself getting into this if I had the time. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at, where I'm like, it's bedtime, but I don't really want to go to bed because that means I won't be able to play anymore and I want to keep playing. You gonna fizzle out? Oh, shit. Alright, we're gonna get rid of these rocks. I want to know what the fuck this is. Glass. Okay. I mean, you can keep playing if you want. Yeah, but I want to spend some time with you before you have to go to bed. You can't look at these fuckers. The moment you look at them, they're like, ah. Alright, we're at 8. Can we get to 10 before we, Nope. We are out of stamina. Alright. Biosymmetric ore. Breaking a rock will occasionally destroy other rocks in the area around it. Yes, please. Alright. I'm working on getting Bunny down. That's fair. Let me know when she's down, and then I'll stop then, so I can go hang out with you for a little bit, if that's okay. So I'm honestly having a very good time. Very nice. I was able to donate quite a bit there. That makes me pretty happy. We haven't really completed any quests today though, so we're gonna have to work on that tomorrow. Alright. Sort everything out. I need to work on some quests come today, so... Unlock some money. I need my water bottle. Okay. I think these are all potatoes. Can't really be sure, but I think so. Oh, God bless me. Ow, that hurt my back. That's stupid. Why did that hurt my back so bad? Alright, what do we have in line of quests? Let's see.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you, Grim. Alright, so I need 10 wood, sod, peat, so 20 wood, 10 stone, shards, mushrooms, okay. I'm about to go pick up more too, because I'm fucking ridiculous. Alright. So 20 wood, 10 stone, we'll grab some soup once we make it back into town. Let's grab that 10 stone real quick. That should be pretty easy. Yep, there's 9. And there's 10. And then we need 20 of these. So we're at 14, 15. Oh, I got one of these trees. I can't wait for Monster Hunter Wild. Yeah, I am also really excited for Wilds. Nice, got 21, which is a little extra, but... A shadow flower? I mean, if I can find one, yeah. Alright, let's see. He's up here. What happened? What happened? Streamer down! What happened? Where'd my stream go? Where'd my stream go? Why? Why? Where'd my stream go? What happened? Oh no. Oh no. The internet's fighting for its life. Oh no. Oh no. This is the worst. Are we back? Because it's showing that my frame rate is ass. Why is my internet in pain? It's fucking 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. Why is my internet fighting? We're back for now. It's showing that, like, my frames are ass. It's literally showing that my frames are, like, struggling. Why is the internet trying to kill itself? For what? For why? Okay, it's showing that the kbps is going up.
Sorry, chat. I tuned on the cables.
God damn it, Grim. Today's flavor is potato soup. Gimme. Hell yeah, baby, bowl of soup. Grim's chewing on fucking cables again. God damn it. I blame the heat. Yeah, it is pretty hot out here still. That's fucking weird, though. I'm just trying to complete little tasks. My shoulder hurts from sitting here every single day for like 10 hours a day. I sit here for way too long. Grim didn't even say anything? Yeah, he did. He said he chewed on the cables. I heard him.
I pissed on the router.
I pissed on the router? Oh my god. Alright, so I bought a thing. That's supposed to make it so that I sometimes get... You may need to refresh to fix your delay. Oh, yeah. I bought the thing that makes another plot pop up. But I'm not sure where it's at. It's supposed to make another plot pop up somewhere that I can use. Bunny is out. Okay. Let me finish this day in the game and then I'll come spend some time with y'all before y'all go to bed. Alright, now we just need Pete. Some shards, shadow flower. Yeah, if you're delayed, just reload for now. It should fix it at least a little bit, so... What the fuck are you? Ladybug? And the ladybugs dance at the ladybug picnic. The bunny is out of her cage. Run! Run! It's not delayed on our end at least. Oh, thank God.
Sorry, Chad. I was trying to download 10 terabytes of Family Guy episodes in 4K.
God damn it, Grim! We've talked about this. We are not a Family Guy family. We're a Simpsons family, you piece of shit. Oh my God. This fucking dog, y'all. Alright. Excuse me? What the fuck are you? Copper nugget beetle. I'll show you my copper nugget beetle. It's sliding out of my ass as we speak. Alright.
I'll download the Rick and Morty episodes later then.
The what? No, sir. No, sir. We are not a Rick and Morty family. No, sir. That's like 4 episodes. Look. I would say Grimm's doing his best, but I don't believe that he is. Hey, yo.
What kind of family are we then?
We are a Steven Universe family. Ow. Piece of fucking shit. I really did not bring anything to back myself up here.
Steven Universe is stinky.
What? Grim. You're better than this. Next thing you know, Grimm's gonna start saying we're a has-been hotel family. Because he fucking hates me and wants me dead. Any of this shit I can eat?
I only watch Steven Universe because Garnet is hot.
Because Garnet is hot? Oh my God.
I guess that leaves my favorite anime, The New Norm.
The New Norm? What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. I'm going for a swim. Well, if nothing else, we gathered some stuff. I kin pronoun. Fun fact, this game lets you pick your own pronouns. Ooh, treasure floors would be nice. Jump attack.
The New Norm is an animated sitcom for our woke world. An edgy yet family-friendly comedy that shines a funny light on today's most divisive issues, and gives Americans a safe space to come together and laugh.
I don't like the way you worded that, so I'm never looking it up. I don't know, something about the way you worded that felt like you were paid to say it, Graham, and I don't trust that. He definitely was paid to say it. Yeah, see, I know. I know these things. So I'm looking for one of these fucked up flowers, and I don't even know where to find one. These like night flowers or whatever.
Peach, can I download all the episodes of Doctor Who in 4K right now?
I mean, I guess, but it's just gonna kill stream's quality again. And I think that'd be kind of an asshole move.
Are you tired of too many gays and black people in your media? The new norm has you covered.
What? Graham! Those are not words that we say! Graham, what the fuck? You are the black person, dummy. You are the gay. What? Grim, we are black. What is happening right now? I feel like Grim has forgotten where he's come from. In today's stream alone, Grim has admitted to doing 9/11
I'm not black.
and has forgotten
I'm dog.
and has forgotten the fact that he's black. You are black. Look at you. Look at you. Grim, you are African American.
I don't see color.
Yeah, because you're colorblind, because you're a dog, dumbass. Oh boy. Dumbass dog. Bro only sees
That's
yellow.
racist.
What? What's racist? You're the one who said you don't see color. I can't believe I'm having a racial-based argument with my fucking dog right now. I live in the worst timeline. This is the fucking worst.
Why are you laughing at my disability?
Sorry! The idea of a dog considering their color blindness to be a disability is something really funny that I've never thought about before. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck, that's funny.
Why do you laugh at my pain?
Oh man. Oh man, that's good. Alright, well, let's sell the bugs. We don't need them. We'll hold on to everything else for now. I'd say it's more of a genetic disadvantage. I mean, that's what I would say too, personally. But, you know.
I'll never know the beauty of a rainbow.
No, you won't. That's very true. That is a true statement. You will never know the beauty of a rainbow. Which is very unfortunate for you, but like, nah. Cope. Yeah. Wah wah. Like, whatever.
The closest thing I'll experience to a rainbow is chat less than 3.
How unfortunate. That's so unfortunate, Grim. I wonder what that feels like. I wouldn't know. I'm better than that. Is all I have to say. I'm just better. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. I'm just better. So,
Good night, everyone. Remember to do crimes.
God damn it, Grim. You can't start telling people to do crimes right before I go to bed. Like, now they're gonna do crimes without me being there to monitor and make sure that the crimes aren't too violent. This is just fucking ridiculous. Oh boy. Grim should be muted again. Grim's gonna be in prison.
No crime is too violent.
God damn it, Grim. Grim's about to be put into fucking purgatory. I'm gonna open up the portal of hell underneath Grim and just shove him into it. Yeah, he's taking advantage. He's only been able to do this for a few days and he's already taken advantage of it. What the fuck?
You were about to say put down.
Maybe. Maybe I was. Do you have a problem with that? You have a problem with me putting you down for your bad behavior? I will put you in prison, sir. Don't test me, bitch. Anyways, we're gonna go raid Keishan.
Please end my sad existence.
Oh my god. We're gonna go raid Keishan. Keishan's having his 4-year anniversary stream. So be nice, be kind, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're doing an Among Us collab tomorrow, and then maybe more Fields of Mistria, depending on how I feel. So, good night, guys. Good night, little dude. Have a good one. Bye.